Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day one of the Board of Registered Nurses Board meeting. It is August 20th, 2025, and we will take roll call to establish our quorum for today's meeting. My name is Dolores Trujillo, and I was appointed by Governor Newsom to the Direct Care Provider role. Vice President Neela Patel.
Good morning, everyone. Neela Patel, and I was appointed by Governor Newsom in the advanced practice role.
Thanks, Neela. Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Good morning, Jovita Dominguez, appointed by Governor Newsom in the education role.
Thank you, Jovita. Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Tricia Nguyen. I've been appointed by Governor Newsom in the public member role.
Thank you. Board Member David Lawler.
Good morning, David Lawler, appointed by Governor Newsom in the public member role.
Thank you, David. Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Vicki Granowitz, public member, originally appointed by Tony Atkins.
Thank you. Board Member Allison Cormack.
Good morning. I'm Allison Cormack. I'm a member of the public on the board, and I was appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly.
Thank you, Allison. And our newest board member, Katie Nair, who is
Joining us
remotely today.
Good morning. You guys hear me?
Yep, we can see you and hear you.
Okay. Good morning. Katie Nair, appointed by Governor Newsom, Administrator of the Nursing Service.
And then if you want to ask her for any background, that should be willing to share.
Do you have any background, Katie, that you'd like to share?
Currently, I've been in healthcare for 19 years as a registered nurse. 8 years were at the bedside, and the last decade has been in leadership roles in 3 different states within the United States. And I look forward to being a member of this board.
Thank you, Katie. We're happy to have you. Next is our Executive Officer, Loretta Melby.
Thank you. I'm Loretta Melby, or Lori, and I'm the board's executive officer appointed by the board.
Thank you, Lori. And our board counsel, Reza Pezhihesh.
Good morning, everyone. Reza Pezhihesh, board counsel.
Thank you. Our quorum has been established for today, and we will move on in the agenda to item 2.0. This is general instructions for the format of a teleconference call.
Good morning. This is the BRN moderator. I will be moderating the meeting. To facilitate public comment, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature, now known as Slido. When the board reaches the point in the agenda at which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on, and members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment," in the question box, which is typically in the lower right of your screen. We will also query our in-person location. I will then call on the individual and unmute their microphone. The individual will have 2 minutes to make their comments. I will not give a warning as your time approaches. I will mute your microphone and will announce that your time has exceeded the time allotted. I will then proceed to the next member of the public who has a comment. Please note that the question and answer feature is being used only as a means for members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. When your turn comes, you will be prompted to unmute. If your question can be answered, the board will respond accordingly. When making your comment, speak about anything you believe is important for the members to know. Remember, board members cannot address any item not on the agenda. Items not on the agenda at that moment, items that you would like to add to a future meeting, or items that will be discussed later on the agenda will be discussed at their correct times during the meeting. I will provide a brief reminder of this approach at the start of each public comment item. Finally, when board members or BRN staff are not speaking, I would like to remind them to mute their microphone. If I detect background noise during the meeting as a result of unmuted microphones, I will mute your microphone automatically. Do you want me to just go into the public comment?
Yes, thank you.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give reminders as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Oh, I had one, sorry, and I lost it. Paloma Serna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died at the age of 24 years in San Diego County, Las Colinas Detention Facility on November 11, 2019. Elisa was medically neglected for 5 days while showing clear signs of medical emergency. She was vomiting, fainting, and seizing. Yet instead of urgent medical care, she was dismissed, ignored, and left to die on the floor of her jail cell. One of the licensed nurses directly responsible for her neglect is Nurse Dana Lee Pasquale. Pasquale repeatedly failed in her duty of care. She disregarded Lisa's worsening condition, ignored obvious red flags, and chose convenience and indifference over professional responsibility. Her inaction was not just a mistake, it was gross negligence that cost my daughter her life. The California Board of Registered Nursing exists to protect the public. Allowing Pasquale to continue practicing undermine public safety and dishonor the very purpose of this board. If a nurse in a hospital ignored a patient collapsing in front of them, they would be fired immediately. Why should a jail nurse who let a young woman die be treated differently? I am demanding that the board take action now. Nurse Pasquale's license should be revoked. She demonstrates that she cannot be trusted with the health, safety, and dignity of a human being. You can go to justiceelisaserna.com and you can see videos that a federal judge made public of those who are responsible for her death. Keeping her license sends a dangerous message that nurses in custody setting are free to neglect, abuse, and abandon patient without consequences. Elisa deserves to live. Her death was preventable. I urge you, protect the public, protect future patient, and hold Nurse Dana Lee Pasquale accountable by stripping her of her license. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Public RN would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Thank you. I noticed at the last board meeting that this new option of the upgrade for Slido was used, and this was used particularly when we were doing the strategic plan, and it seems like Slido is an upgrade that is used during big meetings, not smaller meetings. And I know that Slido is something that is used when it seems like board members can perhaps use this behind the scenes to take polls and things. I just feel like it's a transparency issue because we were not able to comment appropriately. I think this is kind of a violation of Bagley-Keene because I personally was not able to comment. And then I received calls from the board encouraging me to email to allow me to comment. And I did email, but then some of my comments were encouraged to bring forward at the next board meeting. But I do think this is a transparency thing. I do think that this was purposeful because it was during the strategic plan. Slido has been out for many years. It was not used during the June 17th meeting or June 15th meetings, the special board meeting. It's only used during bigger ones. So I feel like transparency is something that should be put on the next board meeting. I think this is something that needs to be discussed.
This is Reza. I'm the board's legal counsel. I'll go ahead and respond to that. That's not accurate about Slido being used strategically to suppress or make public comment harder. At the meeting where Slido was first used, and by the way, I don't know whether Slido's been around for years or not. As far as anyone here is aware, it was rolled out at, I think, our last board meeting where a day or maybe 2 days before the board meeting, WebEx, which the board uses for its teleconference meetings in which we have no control over their updates and things, WebEx rolled out an update to the application, causing the button that we normally tell the public to use to make public comment to look differently and to have a label called Slido on it. So we did our very best at that meeting to quickly pivot and give the public instructions on how to comment using the new kind of updated graphical interface on that application. We took several breaks to allow staff to get that up, and we put slides up. We put an email address up as a backstop in case anybody couldn't make comment. We did have members of the public who were able to comment. In fact, you sound quite familiar.
I just think it's just odd. The third day, it was just like, it just seems really odd that like during the strategic plan. Okay, that's my comment. It just seems really odd.
I appreciate the comment. I apologize again for the challenges that meeting in making public comment, but I do deny on behalf of the board that there was any intention to cause that, and I do think that the board did its very best to facilitate public comment during that meeting, given the challenges. And to be clear, it was an update from the company that hosts WebEx.
Just other DCA boards are not using it, I've noticed.
Okay, I can't comment on that, but I think I've said enough to respond. Thank you.
I did just get a message from our IT staff that was managing the WebEx that day. He did say that it started on day 2, that day 1 was the original platform. Day 2 and day 3 were the Slido platform, and confirmed that the June committee meetings were also on Slido, as well as today's board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board President Trujillo, there are no other public requests for comments on Slido. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, it doesn't appear we have any requests for comment here in HQ.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, moving on in the agenda, we come to item 3.0. This is review and possible action, approval of prior meeting minutes. Do any of the board
Go ahead.
have any comments? No? Okay. Board moderator, can you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, now known as Slido. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on Slido. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, it doesn't appear that we have any requests for comment here in HQ.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Yeah, I thank you very much, President Trujillo. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes from our last board meeting.
David Lawler, I second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Patricia Nguyen, and we have a second by David Lawler.
Before we move forward, Tricia, can you amend the motion to include the language that's on the screen so that we can make any changes for misspellings? et cetera?
Thank you very much. I thought this was way too easy. So I'd like to make a motion that the board meeting minute, to approve the board meeting minutes from May 28th through 30th, 2025, and to allow BRN staff to make non-substantive changes to correct name misspellings and/or typos that may be discovered in the document.
I second that as well. David Lawler.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any more comments from board members? Seeing as there's no further comments, we'll take it to a vote. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Jovita Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
And Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac, yes.
And Katie, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to.
She'll have to abstain.
Okay, she's going to have to abstain.
But
Sorry.
to hear her.
Go ahead, Katie.
Yes,
We just-
I will pass it this time.
All right, thank you. Motion accepted. Moving on in the agenda to 4.1. This is a report of the Administrative Committee. 5.1, Executive Officer Report, Loretta Melby.
Thank you. So you'll see that the agenda item summary in the meeting materials, starting on page 4, has been updated. We did add a BRN vacancy information to the bottom of the agenda item summary. I was absent from the prior meeting, but I did, upon my return, watch all 3 days of the board meeting. That was entertaining, to say the least. And one of the comments was made is that when we were getting the report out from DCA Budget's office, that we had not been reporting the BRN vacancy rate to our board members and through the meeting. So we did update that, add that. So that is a new section in the AIS. And so I want to pause for a moment before I go on with the rest of the update to see if there are any questions or any comments on the BRN vacancy information.
No comment. Oh, Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you so much. And I do recall during the meetings, since it's so relevant to the budget, I really appreciate seeing this. It looks like we have 4 NEC openings, and that's out of how many? 20 NECs? What's the?
No, we have, goodness, off the top of my head, they're going to murder me because I should know this. I think
Okay.
we're about 10 to 14.
Okay, so significant number.
Macaulay doing a quick count. So we have
14 total.
14 total positions. Yes.
Okay.
So that's,
Okay.
I was right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's significant, and I know we hear about it often, and, you know, they're crucial, and these are the people that are required to be nurses from the, right, okay.
Correct.
And, okay, and then it looks like we have 4, I'm not familiar with these acronyms, 4 program technician 2s. So what is CSBOD and what is PIU?
Consumer Services Board Operations.
Okay.
And PIU is our call center or public information unit.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, great. And in general, how do you feel about this rate of vacancy?
Our vacancy rate right now is about 8.1%. So it's amazing. To be honest, the reason that it is actually so low is we did just lose some positions.
Right.
And so.
It changes the rate, but not the amount of people doing the work.
It does not. But when you look at that for kind of future asked, right? So if we do like a budget change proposal or something like that, they always look at your vacancy rate first. And so we have a very good vacancy rate right now because of the loss of those positions. But we do still have vacancies. We do still have workload to support additional positions. And so we're just moving forward with anything that we're able to do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate seeing this.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
So I do have an ask. Is this type of report out on the numbers appropriate? Is that something you guys can follow? I just want to make sure, because this is new, that that's something that we continue, or if there's additional information that you're looking from this specific item.
This certainly meets, my needs to just have a general understanding, so we're not surprised when things come up in public comment or, as we're preparing for sunset. But I welcome other board members' comments.
Yes, I agree. I mean, as we look at, how long things take, it's kind of nice to know what our vacancy rate is. So, it is helpful information to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm actually going to read what was provided to me by our CSBOD. And it says, as of August 8th, 2025, the BRN has a vacancy rate of 8.1%, with 17 of its 209.1 authorized positions unfilled. Around the typical 5 to 10% range is considered healthy for most state agencies. This low rate is partly due to the elimination of the 19 positions at the start of the 25-26 fiscal year, mainly in support roles and the public information unit areas historically affected by recruitment and retention challenges. While this reduction improves the vacancy rate on paper, it also conceals ongoing workforce gaps in key service areas. Matt's amazing. Thank you for writing this. The BRN continues its efforts to recruit qualified candidates utilizing blanket positions to maintain service continuity and exploring strategies to enhance recruitment, streamline hiring processes, and expand outreach beyond traditional platforms like CalCareers. Sustained attention to workforce planning remains essential to support the BRN's core functions and mitigate operational impacts tied to ongoing vacancies. We also did have in last board meeting several public comments made by a union rep regarding NEC wages and adjustments. One of the big changes with the NEC, since that is kind of our biggest focus and becomes quite a focus for Sunset, which is coming up, which we'll talk at the end of tomorrow's meeting as well. So just kind of lead into that, is we used to be able to offer hiring above minimums, and that is not something that we're able to do going forward as well. So we are currently getting data together to kind of track that and see what kind of an impact that is and if that has. And I can say that one person was just offered a NEC position. She was very qualified. She did turn it down because of the wages. So that continues to be a problem. So when we get these comments and these concerns, that's not something that we can directly address at BRN or even with DCA. It is a union negotiation process, and we have to stay out of that. That's something that we're required to do. So although you guys do hear those in public comment, there's not much that we can do to manage that. Yes.
Listening to you talk and of course reading this report, and thank you, Matt. It is remarkable that our vacancy rate is as low as it is because the wage structure has just not kept up. And so, my hat's off to you guys for doing as well as you do. It is remarkable to me. Thank you.
It truly kind of encompasses the meaning of public servant, right? Where you get people in that just want to do a good job and they want to serve, and it's not about what they can potentially make. Thank you. So go into the normal kind of update here. You can see where you're going to find the various updates to the sections. And then I always report out on our social media growth. And we have had some growth. So I'll just go out on current numbers that we're sitting at right now. Facebook, we have 9,906 followers. Instagram, we have 1,322 followers. LinkedIn, we're sitting at 2,593 followers. And X, formerly known as Twitter, is 314 followers. We do meet with our public information officer on a regular basis. We're looking at various ways to increase that kind of communication and update the information to make it more applicable to the general public. And so still just kind of strategically working through that. We do hope to see that following increases. As for my meetings and various things that I've accomplished from the last board meeting to the current board meeting, I did write up an executive officer report last meeting that my assistant executive officer, Yvonne, shared. This one was relatively small because of the different challenges that I've faced in the last few months. And so I have met with IACA, which is a meeting that we have on healthcare and apprenticeships and various things that we can do for entry into practice. Last week, the board president and I were in Chicago at the National Council of State Boards of Nursing for their annual meeting. I have met with DCA regarding Sunset Prep, where we'll again be talking about that later today. We'd also meet with Department of Consumer Affairs on the med spas and IV therapy. We do have a task force which brings many of the healing art boards together to kind of address this issue. We've also started meeting on a regular basis with Premier, which is our intervention vendor, and the other 8 healing art boards that are contracted with them, so we can kind of get on the same page and help facilitate that transfer. I went and attended the Advanced Practice Registered Nursing Knowledge Network that the department, that NCSBN puts on as well. I've met with the Division of Investigations, just kind of in a support role with our investigators team. Again, meeting with the National Council of State Boards of Nursing on their substance use disorder monitoring program. We are part of their study that is reported out, so we did have kind of a touch bases on there. As we're moving into the second phase of that, where the first 3 years of participation have been completed, a lot of data has been collected, and now they're moving on to the monitoring, the post-completion monitoring to see if there's any relapse, recidivism, et cetera. Then Horn, we reported out at the last board meeting that we finished the contract with HCI and we submitted the final report. We do still have a DCA consultant that is finalizing up some of the reports and meeting with us and working on next steps, because DCA is really committed to us to help to have these changes be sustainable. And so we're just wrapping those up. We did have a couple meetings with OAL and Stephen, our regulatory counsel, just working on some regulations as those continue to move forward. And then I do need to let you guys know that I did miss the Executive Officer Summit that was by National Council of State Boards of Nursing, that I was supposed to attend that in New Hampshire the day that I did go out. So I was not able to attend that. Any questions on the report? Yes.
Thanks for the update on social media. I think the one that I did not hear was TikTok. And
we do not utilize TikTok.
Okay.
Yeah, we limit it to these 4 platforms right now. The first was, we actually just brought in X, which was formerly Twitter, just because we weren't able to kind of monitor that one and edit that as much as possible if we ever needs. But Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, as you can see, Facebook is our most prominent one.
Yeah.
We are not on other social media platforms at this moment. So if you do see BRN active on those social media platforms, those are not us.
Good to know.
It's somebody that is like spoofing us and spamming it or something like that. So just wanted to throw it out there because there is a lot of fraud that happens. We do have a notice up on our board's website that talks about fraud and people scamming. We had a board member 2 days ago receive an email from Dolores, who Dolores did not send this email. Did you receive that email as well? Talking about they owe fines and all kinds of things. So our name is out there, our information is out there. People are going to grab that and utilize that. So these are our official platforms. If you see anything else on any other platform, that is not us. Please let us know about that and we'll address those.
I think just one thing to think about going forward is that there is an age demographic that changes in terms of utilization of various social media. So to the extent that Facebook is for, let's just say, some people who are, older, of a certain age, thank you. TikTok is really used by a lot by the younger folks. So Instagram is a nice bridge, but just, thinking, I'm sure your social media team is all over this, but Snapchat, yes, as well. Yeah. So, but TikTok is really, especially from a, policy standpoint, a lot of people are doing policy videos on TikTok. So I hesitate to suggest more work, but it's just one to think about in the future.
Do you want to?
Okay.
So I'm going to invite Vincent Miranda. He's our public information officer. He manages our social media accounts.
And I'm not trying to give him more work. I'm just thinking about our audience.
Lori, may I make a comment before you?
Absolutely. One second, real quick.
May I interrupt for just a moment? Because I'm hoping you will address this too. So I'm not on social media because for 30 years, I've been very worried about the privacy implications.
Is it on? Okay.
Of course, I see them reflected in the news every day. And so I am one of those kind of skeptics. So I do worry about social media being hijacked. And so I do worry about us utilizing platforms that could be, distributing false information. So I would love to just hear your comments on that also, because that's something that I worry about.
No, that's a
Thanks.
valid question.
Thank you.
I think, and this is something I can double check on with DCA, but the last conversation I had with DCA was they strongly recommended not using TikTok because it's more of like, it's not that it's not a valid social network. It's more about a legitimacy aspect and kind of like the optics of us looking like a legitimate board, a legitimate agency. And sometimes TikTok can be kind of like whimsical, I guess is a good word for it, kind of like more for the kids and more for the younger demographic. And it's not that we don't want to target them with our social media, but it's also we want to look professional. We want to look like a legitimate board. And so that's the last recommendation I got from DCA's OPA unit was that don't use TikTok.
Thanks for that. That I can understand why that's the suggestion.
Yeah. So yeah, any other questions?
Thank you for coming up and being put on the spot.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Vinny.
I appreciate being on the spot.
Thank you.
It was good.
It's the word of the day.
Okay, this is information only, so if there's no other questions or anything like that, we can go out to public comment.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for a comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give reminders as time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Board EO Melby, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
No, there are not. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So at this point, we can move on to 5.2. And this is information only on our 2022 to 2025 strategic plan and goal progression. So this is the prior one or the outgoing one that we do intend to wrap up at the end of this year. And you can see that on the material starting on page 8. And again, just for ease of review, we will only be covering the yellow highlighted areas. Those are the updates since the last meeting. And you will see the first highlight is on page 14. And what you can see is I went through this time and just kind of updated whether or not we had met all of the goals and whether they're going to be ongoing, just to give you kind of an idea. So when we look at goal 1 on licensing, that we're going to have a reduction in repeat callers, that's going to be ongoing. That's going to probably carry over to our next strategic plan. The reason that we were not able to accurately reflect this data point is we changed vendors 2 times since we started this, Matt, 3 times. We had one phone service that when I first started as an executive officer, it allowed a person to be on hold for 8 hours. And we would get many, many, many reports that they waited on the phone for 8 hours and never got any kind of attention. it also did not accurately reflect a lot of data. And we would have people that would call from 4 or 5 different phones. They would take all the cell phones in the house, plus their home phone if they had one, and they'd call. When it would get answered, they'd say, just one moment, I need to hang up. And they would hang up on the other ones, and then they would have the conversation with us. And so we did switch to a new phone vendor that did not allow for hold times. It was a callback system. We moved to that vendor. We utilized that system. There was a call tree that was put into place. It still did not function appropriately, and we were not able to get accurate data. And without having that first data, we were not able to say we have a 25% reduction because we didn't have accurate data starting point. We're now updated with another vendor. We do expect that this one will work. We've had a lot of positive feedback so far. So we're hoping that with our next strategic plan, we'll be able to give more appropriate update on that. However, I will be able to share data later on this goal progression, which shows that we are making a positive movement in the right direction, but I can't quantify it at this particular point. And then you can see that the update on there from December 24 says they initiated the concierge service to assist applicants. The reason we did drop that in there too is because most of our calls are application based. So we added that to this section, even though it was an old update, it is new to this section, and that has helped to assist with those callers because we're answering their question and giving them a direct contact. We can go down to page 19. Page 19 is the next update, and you'll see that that one is ongoing as well. And so that one here is a reduction of processing time within 60% of the cases, meaning you're exceeding the CPI 540-day goal. And that is currently not being met, and it continues to not be met. We have reported out in several board meetings kind of the increasing case volume that we're experiencing, and that is all playing a role in our numbers. So we do not anticipate that that will be met as this part of the strategic plan as well. On page 21, we did add on ongoing activities that there's a review of the nursing support group, including but not limited to the support group facilitators and delivery of service. So that was an area that was brought up with the intervention kind of deep dive that started a year ago. And there were concerns raised at how that has been managed and provided. And so we have started looking into that, looking at alternative ways to manage that and work through that process as well. The next one you'll see is on page 23. And that says to complete the continuing education provider audits per the comprehensive plan for approving and disapproving continuing education opportunities. That again is ongoing. And so the reason that one is ongoing too is we have not been able to hire one of those supervising nursing education consultants into that unit, which can then build that unit and hire below them. What we are currently working on is looking at a reorg to eliminate the supervising nursing education consultant position from that and transfer that into a staff service manager position. And then have an NEC report to an RN, whether that be me or another SNEC or something to keep that kind of supervisory requirement that we have as an RN, that you report to an RN. And so with this, we will not be able to meet this year as well. That's not going to happen because we do still have to reorganize that unit, hire in, and then start that plan. But we have started some things on there. So you'll see that we did some mapping with the Office of OIO. What does OIO stand for right now, Macaulay? I'm blanking. Organizational Improvement Office. There we go. It came. All of these, goodness, I need more coffee. And so we started that process. So once we get that process mapped out, when we do hire, we'll be able to implement. And so that is, we're not doing something, but it's not moving as quickly as we would like it to move. The next update you will see down on page 29 And this is directly related to the 16 CCR 1426. That is our curricular requirement for licensure for our new RNs. And they wanted to make sure that we're using evidence-based and ensuring a preparation of the applicant and meeting the mission of the board. And so we did have a stakeholders meeting with the Nursing Education Workforce Advisory Committee in June to discuss some of the issues that have been brought forward. There is a push to go to a competency-based curriculum. Previously, the push was to go to a concept-based curriculum, and now this is a push to go to a competency-based curriculum. And the understanding that is kind of out in the stakeholder community is that potentially our regulations don't support that. So I did some extensive education that our current regulations do support competency-based or concept-based, that it does not need to be updated, that they just have to kind of do a crosswalk to show us how they're meeting their current curriculum or any updates to the curriculum. And then we shared the process that when we license out-of-state individuals or international individuals, they are required by our law to meet our minimum requirements, which is this curricular section. And so any alterations to that section to address California schools could have an effect on reciprocity to the United States schools as well as the international schools. So really encouraging people to understand that the way that the regulations are built are to set minimums, and anything they choose to do above that is completely acceptable. And with our minimums, as long as they're able to show that they've met the minimums, we do not need to do a regulatory change. They can do concept-based and competency-based as well as traditional types of curriculum, and we don't have to do an update to that. So providing a lot of information with that again as we move into the sunsets period next year. And then in page 34 is another update. We did approve a regular rulemaking package on 16 CCR 1484. That was finalized in June of 2025, and that is the one where we addressed the nurse practitioner education, where we were requiring out-of-state nurses as well as out-of-state nursing preceptors to be licensed in California, even though they never stepped foot in California. So we addressed that. That is no longer a requirement, and we do expect that the ease in program approval and stuff should be felt soon. On page 35, we have met this on the numbers and ratings for customer service, and that directly goes back to what I was kind of inferring earlier in the public information unit with decreased callers. So we do an annual survey. I know our Google scores don't match. Our Google scores sits at 1.5 stars. Yes. It is a 1-star improvement because it was a 0.5 star 5 years ago. I'm going to take the wins where I can take them. But with this, we do an annual survey, and in every area of the annual survey, we have shown improvements. And so we're getting there. We're not there yet, but we are making movements in the right direction. So I was able to say that that was met. We did release our BRN report in March of 25. We did an analysis, the BRN Consumer Services Satisfaction Survey. That's the one that I'm referencing here in August. And it does show that overall increase in satisfaction with BRN. And that carries down to page 36, where that is repeated, again, met. And then page 37, we're saying that as we're doing a lot of these informational sessions, we have met that as well for our board. And again, on page 40, we have said that it's met, again, looking at the customer service. And that is the end of the last few years report out. I don't think it's going to change much by November. I think this is where we're going to live as we wrap it up. But any new items that we work on in the next 3 months, we will update and add this, but I don't foresee that it's going to be large improvements.
Thank you, Lori, for that extensive report on the strategic plan. I have a question. So on page 19, you spoke of the ongoing issue with the processing times. Do any of the loss of positions within the BRN, is this affecting our ability to decrease processing times.
Yes, but I'll say that with a caveat. There was no positions lost from the investigations area. However, when we had those additional positions, we were able to use them in blanket positions and move people higher in, use those as long as we had the position authority and the budget to do that. And so with the loss of that, we have not been able to pull from those to be able to get anybody in the blanket or any limited term positions in that manner.
Thank you, Lori. Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Thanks very much, Lori, for that really great explanation. I have been so impressed with this strategic plan since I started on the board. It is so detailed. I mean, I really think it gives us a really good roadmap on how to proceed. And so I want to congratulate you and the staff for really hitting these targets. And I do hope as we embark on our next strategic plan that it is this detailed.
Thank you, Tricia. Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you, President Trujillo. You know, it's one thing to make changes in an organization, and it's another thing for people outside the organization to recognize that those changes have occurred. So, you know, I was super happy to see page 35, 6.1.a, and see that the customer service satisfaction surveys are headed in the right direction. And I know that will link directly into, you know, 6.1 when we talk about, you know, the next plan. It's a great time to be more focused just in general on customers and consumers. So you know, that it takes a while to turn a big ship. But I do feel that it's heading in the right direction. And I hope that the staff, you know, can take a moment to appreciate, you know, the fact that others are able to recognize the changes that they've been working so hard on.
Thank you, Allison. Any other questions or comments from board members? No? Seeing there's no questions or comments from board members, BRN moderator, can you please open this up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment.
This is Reza, Board Counsel. Just a quick clarification. We're on 5.2, which is the 2022 to 25 strategic plan. We do have an item coming up at agenda item 6.1, which is regarding the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan. So if you're interested in the future plan, that's coming in a few agenda items.
Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on Slido. Do we have any in-person requests for public comments there in BRN HQ?
No, we do not have any requests for comment here in HQ.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Take the next
one. 5.3, discussion and possible action. Loretta?
Thank you. So 5.3, we will move on to discussion and possible action on election of president and vice president for our board. Business Professions Code 2707 states that the board shall annually elect from its members a president, vice president, and any other officers as it may deem necessary. So past year, Dolores Trujillo has been our board president and Nilu Patel has been our vice president. They are able to continue if that is what the board wishes, or we can at this point make a motion or some kind of anything from our board members here on who they would like to present. So I'm going to start first with asking, is there anybody that would like to appoint or make a motion to, make a motion to recommend a board president for this next year for the California Board of Registered Nursing? Tricia.
Yes, I feel like our board has been well served by our president for the last several years. She's done an incredible amount of work. I've done a lot of work and she's doing twice as much. And so I would like to nominate Dolores Trujillo to continue on as the board president.
This is Granowitz. I'll second.
Thank you.
Dolores, are you willing to embark on another year with me?
Yes.
Okay, so we will pause at this point. We do have a first and a second for board president, and it would be the continuation of board president Dolores Trujillo for the next year. And we will now look towards a nomination for a vice president, please. Tricia.
For the same reasons, I really believe that Neelo Patel has served us well as vice president. She hit the ground running when she started here. I feel like she's done an enormous amount of work, and I really appreciate her experiences. And for that reason, I would like to nominate Neelo Patel to continue as vice president of our board.
And Jovita seconds.
Okay, so Neelo, my question is the same to you. Do you want to do another year with us in this role?
Well, thank you, board. I deeply appreciate the nomination and I do accept. Thank you.
Wonderful. So it looks like we have a nomination for a president and a vice president. Is there any other nominations from the board other than the two that have been made?
You can nominate yourself if you'd like to.
Yes, you could nominate yourself if you would like to. Okay, seeing none, we do have a first and second for a board president and a vice president. At this point, we'll go out to public comment.
We'll be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment.
Because you're not officially in.
For EO Melby, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any, or on Slido, do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, there doesn't appear to be an in-person request here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this moment, I will take a roll call vote. Board President Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Patel,
Patel, yes.
Board Member Cormack,
Cormack, yes.
Board Member Dominguez,
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Granowitz,
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Lawler,
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Nair,
Nair, defer.
Board Member Nguyen.
When present, yes.
Okay, motion passes, and I am now turning the management of this meeting back over to the board president.
Thank you. Thank you for your vote of confidence, board members. Moving on in the agenda, we're at item 5.4. This is information only. Presentation by DCA Budget Office on the following on the registered nursing fund condition.
Suzanne and Luke are both elevated. Do we know which one is going to do the presentation?
Hi, good morning. Luke is going to be doing the presentation.
Okay, Luke, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you hear and see me all right?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, good morning. My name is Luke Fitzgerald, and I'm a budget analyst with the DCA Budget Office, and I'm joined by Budget Manager Suzanne Balkus. I'd like to thank the board and executive staff for allowing me a few minutes to present on agenda item 5.4, the board's memo, expenditure and revenue projections, and fund condition statement. First, I'm going to start with the budget memo, which is going to be page number 45 of your meeting materials. This will give you a general overview of the board's budget as well as percentage of the budget used and counted towards expenditures. In the 2023-24 year-end summary, the board was appropriated about $66.5 million and spent an estimated $61.5 million, which resulted in savings of about $5 million. In current year 2024-25, the board was appropriated $63.7 million and spent approximately 62.3%, of which $25 million was expended on personal service costs, $25.8 million on operating expenses and equipment, which includes contracts, purchases, and travel, and approximately $11.4 million on enforcement, which is for Attorney General and Office of Administration hearings. The board is estimated to have approximately 1.4 million or 2.19% in reversions. The next page we're going to go over is going to be the board expenditures, which is going to be on page number 46 of your materials. These projections are based on actual data through fiscal month 12. This report includes 2023-24 actual expenditures in green, as well as 2024-25 budgeted and projected expenditures in blue and orange, which also includes a budget allocation breakdown. And over this 2-year period, costs are relatively higher. As we move to the end of the document, you'll see that this is a breakdown of the memo. The board had a beginning base budget of approximately 62.7 million, which includes reimbursement authority, and is projected to spend approximately 61.3 million, creating a reversion to the board's fund of approximately 1.4 million, or a reversion percentage of 2.19%. The next document is going to be the board's revenue projection, which is page number 47 of your materials. This report includes receipts collected through June, and I'll actually go further into the projections as we transition to the next slide. This is going to be the last slide. This is page number 48 of your materials, which is the board's fund condition statement, which is based on Budget Act and fiscal month 12 projections and is shown as prior year. As a reminder, we read this document from top to bottom and left to right. The left column is going to be the board's prior year 2023-24 actuals. 2024-25. It shows the board began 2024-25 with a beginning balance of just over 27 million, projected to collect almost 79 million in revenues, with 22 million from initial license fees, about 52 million from license renewals, and 3 million from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. And then below that, you'll see the loan repayment from the general fund of 30 million. The board is projected to expend 54 million, which includes 4 million in direct draws to the fund for statewide pro rata and pension payments. The board ended 2024-25 with 82 million in reserve balance, or about 14.6 months in reserve. For the current year 2025-26, the board projects revenues of 81 million, with almost 24 million projected from initial license fees and roughly 53 million from renewal fees. The board's 2025-26 expenditures are based on the Budget Act, is approximately 68 million between authorized expenditures and direct draws to the fund, leaving the board with a fund balance of 95.8 million, or about 16.7 months in reserve. Budget year revenue is based on realized, with a 3% increase estimated for expenditures. The Budget Office will continue to monitor the board revenue and expenditures and report back to the board with monthly expenditure projections as we continue to close fiscal months in the current fiscal year. And then just a few last things to note on the board's fund condition. The fund condition statement is a snapshot in time. One of the main factors driving expenditure increases in future years is the result of personal service adjustments. These include general salary increases, as well as employee compensation and retirement rate adjustments. The Budget Office includes a conservative ongoing 3% increase to expenditures on the fund condition statement to account for these ongoing incremental adjustments. You'll also notice that revenue is projected to be steady in the out years. And then lastly, I'd like to note to the board that any future legislation or unanticipated events could result in the board's need for additional resources, which could create cost pressure on the fund. Again, thank you for allowing me the time to present today's meeting, and I'll now be happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments from board members? Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you, President Trujillo. Hello, Mr. Fitzgerald. It's nice to see you again. So now that we have I'm on page 46. Now that we have a full year, I'm just curious about the biggest delta, and it's in line 5342, Department Pro Rata. So it's always good to come in under budget, but it does seem like a big delta. Any thoughts?
Yes. So when we first do the breakdown for the pro rata, we do it based on the full staff for the DCA. And once we close the year, if there is anything left remaining, that's when we return it back to the programs. So this is what is going to be the impact of returning any remaining fund to the programs.
Okay. I thought department pro rata was like what we were charged by DCA for people. Am I not remembering this correctly?
So it is breakdown into several things. One of them is workload, position count, if they're using, it depends the services they're using. So it's based on position count mainly. And after that, we take that from every program is different. And then once the year ends, whatever is remaining, then we will distribute it back to the programs.
Okay, so because the position count decreased, we ended up paying less. Okay, got it. And then I'm on page 48, and I just want to say thank you for the out years in 4129400, which are the endorsement licenses. And I think I've been, talking about that frequently. So those look more like a realistic projection going forward. And the rates in 1111 down at the expenditure look also reasonable. I don't have additional comments there, although it is a little confusing. Maybe you can just talk us through if the revenues are going to stay pretty flat in the out years and the expenses are going to go up a little bit. It's confusing that the fund balance will increase over time. So maybe someone can help me with the math.
Sure. So it looks like that you are going to be bringing in a little bit higher than what you're spending. And so that is what is causing the increase. So even though
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
So
okay.
Even though in current year, like we're estimating 81 million, however, you are going to be estimating spending about close to 68 million. So there is still that difference. Same thing in budget year, and it also carries over from the previous year as well.
I see. So the one thing that isn't on here that might help is sort of like the net number in each year. Okay, great. Thank you.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Thank you very much for this really great explanation. My question relates to page 45, and it's the reversion. So we reverted, I'm assuming, back to the state general fund, 2.19. Is that kind of in the ballpark of other boards within the DCA?
And you're talking about the vacancy, right?
I'm talking about on page 45, what is referred to as the reversion. We reverted 1.3.
Okay, so that is what was remaining. Yes, so that was remaining from your appropriation. So that is actually going to be impacting the fund. So what you were appropriated is the about 64 million. However, you spend the 62 million, and that's when you will see in the fund, that's when your fund is becoming healthier and you're reaching the 24 months because of that reversion.
So thank you very much. So I'm just wondering, is that consistent with many other like situated boards, or are we higher or lower on that reversion rate?
So it depends. We have a lot of boards that are small and some boards are big, but in general, it is reasonable. We have been seeing that number, so it's not an anomaly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course.
And then for one point of clarification, it doesn't go back to the general fund. We are a special funded board. We are completely funded by our licensees.
That goes back to our.
It goes back to our fund.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and so reserve is that builds when we don't use it.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Once we hit that 24-month reserve, then we have to revert to general fund.
Okay.
Do you have your microphone on?
He doesn't have a mic.
We'll just say that, maybe repeat it.
Maybe we could repeat it. Thank you, Matt. Yeah.
So Matt was talking about our budget in response to board member Nguyen's question. And what was stated is this reversion goes back to our special fund. It is then added to our fund for the next year, which not allows us, but it does, we grow, our fund grows, and we get up against our 24-month reserve, which we cannot surpass. If we hit that 24-month reserve, we are forced to decrease fees, or we revert to the general fund at that point. We do not anticipate that we will hit the 24-month reserve. what we saw was an influx of endorsement applications, more than double what we had seen previously during COVID. That has now started to normalize. And so we are kind of recovering from that. We did, in the last sunset bill, ask for a removal of all of our fee floors. So previously, all of our fees were set at the statutory minimum. And so when we saw this growing, the first thing we did is we went to the legislators and said, allow us to adjust our funds because adjust our fees because we're all at the statutory minimums. I could not drop. And so that was our first ask. It was granted. All of our fee floors were eliminated. So we have ability to go down if we need to go down in the future. The other things that we did to kind of address some of the revenue coming in is we asked for a public health nurse to not have a renewal fee. That was something that was really an outcry back in 2017 or 18 when that happened. And we just got that finalized. So public health nurses no longer have a renewal fee. We also had a lot of outcry coming from our nurse practitioners and our nurse midwives trying to endorse in from out of state. They were having to come in and pay an RN licensing fee, a nurse practitioner licensing fee, and a nurse practitioner furnishing licensing fee. The same for the nurse midwife when that occurred. And that was upwards to about $1,200 just to come in and be licensed in our state initially. And then that also is a renewal issue, right? And so at that point, we did ask for an ability to do a combination application so that it was only be one fee. And so the RN still has to be separate, so they do still have to be licensed for that. But we removed the requirement to do a nurse practitioner and a nurse practitioner furnishing. It is a combo application. It is a single fee instead of both. We had, thank you, Matt, a license verification that was done for all of the rest of the other states. So if nurses in California wanted to leave and be licensed someplace else, they were paying $100 for license verification for us to process. We contracted that out to National Council of State Boards of Nursing, and I believe the fee is $20 or $30 for them now, and we received none of that revenue. And so there were many things that we started to put into place. We also removed any curricular change fees and stuff from our schools. We also removed any continuing approval visit fees from our schools as well. So we tried to kind of spread out that to our various licensees. It doesn't mean that we're done. We're still looking at where we can find efficiencies, and with efficiencies, we could decrease fees. So we do anticipate some further fee changes if we see this continue to grow and not to kind of normalize and stabilize for us.
Thank you.
And I just want to add also that the revenue that we have, whether it's for current year or budget year, is based on a workload that was done last year. We are going to reevaluate this year, so these amounts could, the revenue would be changing.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing that there's no questions or comments from board members, BRN moderator, can you please open us up for public comment for item 5.4?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx or Slido. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, it doesn't appear that we have any requests for comments here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Sure, thank you.
Oh, wait. Somebody snuck in on a question. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Gloria Aguan would like to make a comment. One second, please. Sorry. Gloria, would you like to say what you wrote? Okay, Gloria does not want to unmute, but she would just like to give the board praise. Thank you, Gloria, for your comment. I will be closing the Slido now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is information only. If there are any more questions or comments from the board, we can move on to the next agenda item. Quick question, just a pulse. Do we need a break before we go on?
Is this going to be a one?
This might be. Yeah. So if we can do 15. Okay, 15-minute break. We will return at 10:30.
Thank you and welcome back. We are now on the item of 5.5. This is information only, inherent risks to public servants in carrying out regulatory duties. Security.
Yep. So I'm going to have you do a roll call to reestablish quorum. We do know that board member Nair did have a prior obligation and will be unavailable at some point during the meeting. So I do not see her currently on, but that does not affect our quorum. Now until 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, at this time, we are back from our break and we will do roll call to establish our quorum. Dolores Trujillo, present. Vice President Nilu Patel.
Patel here.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez present.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen present.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler present.
Board Member Vicky Granowitz.
Granowitz present.
And Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac present.
Our quorum has been established. We can move on to item 5.5. This is also information only. Inherent risks to public servants in carrying out regulatory duties, security at future board meetings, death threats, threatening emails, etc.
Okay, thank you, Board President. So I'm going to open this up and we're just going to kind of have just a general discussion about some of the things that have been occurring in or around our board. When I first started this position back in 2020, I replaced a prior EO who had said to me in passing, I was getting death threats. And I don't know that I took that seriously when I was a nursing education consultant, when I heard that from him when we were sitting in a prior board meeting. So when I took this role and I met with other executive staff, I had also heard that our board had a bomb threat at some point that was turned into us that we had to work with. So this was something new and very difficult for me to wrap my head around. I could not understand why or how this had happened. And in my naivety at that point, knowing that nursing is voted as the most ethical profession in the nation year over year over year, I did not expect it to be our own licensees. As I came more into this position and learned more and more about the various things that occurred, those threats came from our current licensees. They came from our RNs. And so that was very shocking to me, absolutely unexpected, and something that, being an RN myself, I couldn't even fathom. So that aside, we wanted to bring this out. We wanted to have conversations and we wanted to let the public know how we're going to address it here. But then also I shared this with our National Council of State Boards of Nursing because I was like, what are other executive officers doing? What are other boards doing? And it was shared to me that some of these same incidents have happened in other board of nursings throughout the nation. So it is not something that we are experiencing solely here in California. And I also want to kind of do a flip of that and say we have 600,000 licensees. The threats that we receive are minimal when you look at it from a percentage standpoint. Our RNs are not bad. Our licensees are very ethical and they do amazing, wonderful things. But I do think it is important to additionally address some of the issues that we are experiencing here and really call for an action that we ask the people that have seen violence, have seen any of these threats, to really kind of look within and see what is truly happening at that point and how we can work to correct that. So one of the things that happened, I took this position in February of 2020, right before the world shut down with COVID. And one of the first things that I experienced was actually not directly related to attack on me, but it was one of my staff members. And so what had occurred is this person went out to help a licensee who had shown up at our public counter. And during that conversation, it was removed from our building, and this person in COVID took her mask down and spit on this person. To me, that was assault immediately. And I encouraged this person to file a police report because that is not acceptable. At that point, COVID was new. That to me was attempted murder, honestly, because COVID was killing and we did not know how that was going to happen. So we took that very, very seriously. This person's also shared that they have been kicked, they have been hit, they have been spit on. You know, those are things that you don't expect. We do understand that by the time that you are so frustrated with the Board of Registered Nursing, that you traveled into Sacramento, that you're begging for something to be done, that tension is high, frustrations are high, but we do still expect a level of professional decency and just human decency at that point, that those kind of things should not occur. Fast forward to me realizing when I assumed this position that my signature would go out on every single court document and that it would say Loretta Melby, acting in her executive officer position, does such and such, and then it carries my signature on that. And typically those are not notifications that are received well. We are removing a license. We are putting a person on probation for an incident that has occurred during their practice. It's a multitude of things. What I discovered very quickly with that was they thought that I was taking their license away from them, that I was the villain that was removing their ability to provide for their family. And unable at that instance to realize that it was their practice error or a addiction or a mental health issue that caused that removal of the license, that my role was just to finalize that I wasn't out there actively seeking out people saying, please take their license away and acting in that manner. Through that process, I started receiving some days upward to 20 emails from people, maybe a single person. In those emails, they would come across sometimes like a ransom note that you see in a movie where it's different font, different letters, different colors, large, small. One of the statements that stuck out in my head was a statement that said, picture me shot 7 times, covered in blood and still coming after you. And so those were some of the things where I then at that point was like, wait, what? I have a family. I have me, I have my family. I need to protect them. I had had a very kind of protective reaction over the staff person that experienced that. But this switched it, not to say they're discounted, but this became very personal. I then also received subpoenas at my home address from people that we had taken action against. understanding that I am a licensee, our board president is a licensee, our names go out on these. As a licensee, our address is public record. And so it was not that I was just not unsafe at work, but I now had become unsafe at home. And so that then raised this level of, oh crud, to a whole different level. When that person showed up to serve me a subpoena, reality set that subpoena that I signed stating that I'm at this place now confirms that this is my address, confirms that I am here, and is immediately turned over to the person that served that. So now my location is known 100%. And so that again raised another level of concern. So much so that I started looking at my office window saying, I'm a direct shot from the road. I don't even have to know that they're here. They can just take aim from the sidewalk and I could be gone as I'm doing the work. That was something that was kind of a realization. And I was like, oh, that's not anything I ever thought I would come across as an RN. As an RN, I worked in the ICU, I worked in the ER, I worked in labor and delivery. We managed crisis every single day. And been punched and hit and scratched and spit on as by patients. But I think at that point, you unfortunately kind of have an expectation that that might happen in that work setting. I did not have an expectation that that would happen in this type of a work setting. Fast forward, I remember being at a board meeting here, and our board meeting was over at DCA headquarters, and I walked out with a staff member, and we were laughing, and he was the last person to leave, and he was pushing a cart, and he loaded it into his truck, and he left, and I was the last person in the parking lot, and I was waiting for an Uber to pick me up. And I was standing in the middle of the parking lot. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. Nobody was around. And I realized for the first time that my life was probably at danger because I was a single person in a place that they expected me to be. And I could have been a target. I quickly went back into the building where a security guard was. And I was like, wow, I've never had to think in that manner before. I've also been on the receipt of several emails that says, RN to RN, I expect better. They threaten my license. I've had several complaints come in as my role as an executive officer saying I should have my license taken away. As we do with every complaint, my license gets investigated. Do I need to have my license taken away for serving as the executive officer of the board? It was interesting to me, but I'm glad our staff take it seriously. I'm glad that I get investigated, and I'm glad that if I were to have seen as violating any of the Nurse Practice Act, that I would be put through the system the same as any other RN, that I do not receive special treatment. It is shocking, though, to receive a notice that says I have had a complaint filed against me and I'm being investigated. I have been on the receipt of emails where our board counsel was threatened and his family was threatened and racially threatened, not just for doing his job, but attacked for who he was as a person, how he was born into this world. And that has been, to me, just incredibly disgusting to kind of witness those kind of behaviors come from our licensees. So at this point, I do want to open it up. I have received some comments from our board president as well as board member Lawler, some of the things that we would like to put out in the open, share some of the things that are occurring, and then I do want to end with how we plan to manage this moving forward.
Thank you, Lori. I can empathize because some of those things that you described also happened to me. I have received threatening emails, which I've turned over to DCA. I have a complaint that's pending now that they're investigating that is unfounded, but we're going through the process. When I first became elected to the board, I noticed that, or I realized my name is on the revocation of licenses. And it was a very sobering situation for me. And immediately I thought, wow, this is a person's livelihood. And I became very protective as I received these threats, I started thinking about my family and my address in question because I was able to search it and find it. If I'm able to search it and find it, anyone could. So I reached out to DCA and DCA took care of it for me. But still, when I see my signature on these revocations, it's a very sobering thought with each one. And I am concerned for the safety of my family at times. I'm also concerned for my safety. This is something that I never anticipated as a board member of the Board of Registered Nursing happening. We're not the firearms board. We're not, it's the Board of Registered Nursing. And as such, I feel like nurses are professional, and I have a high opinion of nurses because I work with some wonderful nurses. I am still in the profession. And when it first started happening, I was astounded because it was like out of the blue. I didn't expect any of this. I kept plodding forward, and when emails reach me that are negative in content, I do turn them over. But it's been a very sobering experience for me. It's not an experience that I would like to go through, but it happens with this position. And it may happen with each of our board members. So it's almost, at the time when it was really in full force happening to me, I thought, wow, this is a hazardous position to be in. But I stuck through it. I knew that my EO, Lori Melby, was receiving threats also. And as such, we did our part in reporting them, but it's ongoing. So, and it just surprises me also that these are nurses that are many times providing these threats to us. And I really have no words more to say. I'm becoming emotional over it, but it's been very, very emotional at times. So, Board Member David Lawler.
One of the issues as a school teacher, I'm a public school teacher, is the utmost priority of security to the point where we are trained every year over and over again with all our different protocols on how we deal with it, to the point where walking in here or anywhere else I go, I can't help but think, where do I run? Where do I hide? I know how to fight. My question is always, who's the threat? And even though I personally haven't received threatening emails or anything laced with implications of violence, the feeling of being targeted is real when you are contacted on a personal email or on a work email that's not related to DCA or to this board. I haven't spoken to any of the other board members about this. I don't know what your personal experience is, but for me, it's common to have someone reach out through my DCA email to ask a question. Hey, my license hasn't gone through. Hey, can you help me do this? And anything I can, or the right person I can go to, I will absolutely help, share their concern. But in the past couple of years, the handful of emails that have come to my private work email don't just put me at risk professionally, but also the person sending the email. I don't know if many citizens are aware of this or are concerned when they reach out to us outside of our board member emails. But California, as all states, I believe, have right to know laws, public discourse laws, where if you are a public employee, everything on your email is public record and can be disclosed. Not just that, but your personal Yahoo, Hotmail, whatever emails you have are also public record if they can be linked to your official school business. In my case, as a teacher, the only exception is when there's confidentiality of a student, and that's through FERPA laws, and that's a whole different story. But you make yourself vulnerable where what you write me can absolutely be published on the front page of the newspaper. I will never respond to anyone from my private emails. I'll keep them in case that begins a paper trail that's necessary for the future. We have cases of teachers who have their stuff has been put out online publicly. It's gone into articles in the New York Times. My issue, especially if you don't know this, is I can't help you when you email me personally, and this is true of all of us because of the Brown Act. I cannot then go, oh, well, you want me to vote in favor of your thing, so I'm going to go tell all of my other board members to vote a certain way. So it doesn't help you at all either. So my message is, do not ever try to reach any of us through our private or work emails, as easy as we are to find, like Dolores just said. You work in a hospital, you're easy to find. I can't hide. I can't have an attorney keep my stuff private. My school, my job won't let me. I am a public, in that sense, employee. So any eighth grader, you don't need the elite detective skills of a Swiftie to find me. I mean, an eighth grader could find me on Google. But you do not do yourself any favor by trying to do that, because it does not go well. So do not email us on private or work emails outside of the DCA. I'm not there for you there.
Thank you, David. Board Member Nilu Patel.
I just wanted to make a comment and piggyback off of what President Trujillo said regarding nursing. And, you know, this truly is a passion project. This is a labor of love to be on the board here, right? It doesn't really, it takes away a lot of time from our families and our other lives or, you know, responsibilities. And I wanted to be a nurse my entire life, quite honestly. So to be at this level, you know, I just feel like it's a true labor just to give back to the profession. And each one of us does that here. And it's disheartening to hear that nurses are threatening each other in the nation. There's so much violence against nurses, and to then hear that, you know, nurses are attacking each other, nurses are attacking board members, it's truly disheartening to hear that. As you can see, the board here has made significant changes to the disciplinary process, improvements over the course of time. You know, this dawned on me that this was an issue about a year ago when we got those call-ins from disgruntled and, you know, upset nurses. And while we understand the frustration, we have made tremendous changes to improve that, to make things better for nurses. But, you know, to threaten the people that are doing the work to help protect the public is really just counterintuitive. And I'd like to see some major changes here to protect the board, to protect our president, to protect the EO, who are truly doing this out of just bettering the public, bettering nurses altogether. Thank you.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you so much, Chair Trujillo. You know, I don't really have the words for how sad and shocking and upsetting it is that this is happening in our nation, and specifically here. And it is true that violence is an increasing part of our society. And so one of the things I think we'll need to do is consider how to protect ourselves in advance, right? So that's one arm. I think another angle would be for us to consider what constitutes unprofessional conduct by a licensee. So, you know, we do have the ability as the licensing board to set standards for behavior. And I think to the extent that this is a licensee threatening physically, you know, or professionally, a member of the Board of Registered Nursing or their staff, I think that's something that we have the power. You know, we also need to recognize that people with mental health issues, whether it's in this system or whether in the, you know, the court system, behave in unpredictable ways. So, there's a lot of things at play here, but any tools that we have, to protect ourselves and our staff, and to be able to, to ensure that there are consequences, recognizing that folks with mental health conditions may not make decisions based on that. But I think making clear that this A happens and B is beyond unacceptable, and also really will reduce the pool of people who are willing to do this work, which is a requirement for our society. So a lot of things to work here. I applaud the executive officer and the president for their service and for their willingness to talk about these scary and deeply personal things, because unless we bring them out into the open, people don't understand that this is a component of serving. And we're going to need to make some changes in order to make serving safer.
Thank you, Allison. Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Well, I want to start by thanking EOMLB and the president and our board member, David Lawler, for telling us about your personal experiences. And I'm very sorry that it happened. But I appreciate, as Ms. McCormick said, that you're willing to share it. And I'm very sad that it's happening. My question is, we all read the discipline cases and we all see, inappropriate behavior and unprofessional conduct. And it seems like we have some abilities to address some of this bad behavior in terms of licensing. But I'm hoping that one of you could tell us, do we have appropriate tools right now, or is there something we should do to adopt more appropriate tools to deal with this dangerous activity?
So speaking of tools is really where I kind of look at it. It takes a community, right? So I know that we kind of highlighted our experience as board members, executive officer, but I have staff that are receiving this as well, right? And so I've had staff had their personal social media accounts. That was kind of the conversation earlier, where they took pictures of them and they put them in email, and you realize they actually do know what we look like. And we joke sometimes and say, well, at least they got a good picture of me, but that's a coping mechanism that we use because it is frightening. It is something that is truly threatening and hits home. So really just kind of getting that awareness that this occurs. That's kind of the first thing, being willing to share that contact. I can tell you that whenever I've brought anything forward, my entire enforcement team jumps in. Immediately, they take it 100% serious. Reza takes it seriously. I send it to him. He is on it. Tim, Shannon on it. They jump to action. They then notify Division of Investigations, and they are on it. We end up having investigators come out to our place of residence. They go to the licensee's place of residence. California Highway Patrol jumps in, and they do extra patrolling in our area. They meet with us. I've had to file restraining orders against some of our licensees as well that continue that kind of process. And so then you go through the court system that helps as well. So there are absolutely pathways for correction for this. When I brought this to the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, I was really shocked at the kind of Me Too movement that happened there. And one of the executive officers explained that they had a licensee that they had been taking action against, and they had a credible report from another person. And so this is that community awareness that we are really, really asking for, that they were tipped off that this person was incredibly upset and was coming to their board meeting. And so their police stopped this person en route. When they searched this person, they looked in her purse, and there was a loaded gun. and there was a picture of the executive officer, so she knew where she was going to, and they were able to halt that. What they did at that point in her state is there is security police at every single board meeting. There is metal detectors at every single board meeting, and people that go in and out of the building go through that process. We don't have metal detectors here. We do have Division of Investigations that does come in and sit in every single one of our board meetings because we asked for that to occur when these threats became increasing. We are also pursuing a contract with CHP, and we hope that that contract is ready to go starting January, where we will then transition out of D of I sitting in our board meetings and move towards CHP. That would be sitting in our board meetings. So those are obviously some extreme stuff, right? But I mean, I have to commend, you were mentioning TikTok. There is a TikTok nurse out there that does not like me specifically. And has made some TikTok videos against me. And I have had other licensees reach out to me and say, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I wanted to let you know that this is what's being said. And we are hearing this and they are saying this. I had a LinkedIn account. I have since disabled my LinkedIn account because I had a licensee that we took action against. Friend and follow me on LinkedIn. And when I clicked on this person's profile, it actually said in the message of what their bio is that they are purposely tracking me and taking me down, and they're going to ensure that I'm no longer the EO and no longer an RN and all these other kind of stuff because they are after me, and they use hashtags like fire EO Melby, hashtags, you know, all kinds of stuff, poop emojis, you know, it's there. So, you know, not to again bring light to that, but that is what a nurse does a lot of times, is to deal with the anxiety, to deal with that kind of stress, is you kind of bring some light to it. But I was really taken aback and just honored that there were other licensees out there that noticed this wrong and felt appropriate to reach out and make contact and share this so that we were there. So that again, really kind of highlights that this is a minor subset of our nursing population, that our licensees truly are ethical, that they truly want to do the right thing and that they are doing the right thing. And that was my evidence that was still happening. But like I said to my husband, when he was stressed and he's like, do you still want to be the EO? And I was like, well, yeah, I do actually love my job. And he's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yes. And he's like, okay, security cameras everywhere. So God bless him for taking that home improvement challenge on. And now we've got a lot of security cameras. But it really just kind of motivates me to continue to do this. I know that I'm doing the right thing, but one threat is too many, right? Like we talk about incivility in nurses. We talk about nurses eating their young, and there's really been a push for that to stop happening within the nursing world. We need to make sure that continues, and that's something that we really draw attention to. And we make sure that we kind of police each other, that we protect each other, and that if we see something, we speak up, right? That's the biggest thing for me, is don't think that somebody else is going to do it. Don't just kind of turn a blind eye. If you see something, speak up. If you see something, do the right thing. Because and Dolores, our board president, said it makes it hard for people to want to continue to serve in the way that they do. I'm still going to serve. I have no intention to leave. But really, this just came out when it just kind of continued to increase. The culture lately has seemed to take on a more kind of violent standpoint, which is shocking to me. I don't know if that's actual or if that's just kind of medialized, and so it's just in your face more. But I felt that it was imperative to bring this forward. Additionally, the board president of the Med Board during COVID, she was walking from her other place of work to her car, and she was attacked in her place of work outside of her role as president over vaccination statuses and stuff. And so, it's something that I had to become aware of when taking this position that I wasn't aware of, but I don't know an actual path forward. I can really just do kind of a call to action that says, if you see something, say something. We do deal with some licensees that have a mental health issue. And that is very personal to me. I have family with mental health and issues as well. And we all come together to try to manage and support. And so I want to do that as well, but I want to do that in a safe manner, right? So.
Just a quick follow-up. So the nurse that came into our place of work and spit on a staff person.
Correct.
Do we have the authority to just say that's not behavior that nurses engage in, and and we're going to put you on probation immediately?
No, and Shannon, if you want to come to the podium here, if you can, and just kind of explain like PC 23 and ISO, you do it much better than I do, and so. If you could, you can kind of go through that process of when that would have been a complaint received, right? So we would have had to file a complaint against this person, and then Shannon can go with what the next steps would be.
Yeah, so any complaint that comes in, regardless of where it's from, we open up a complaint. And at that point, we take the complaint information and determine what would the next step be. Do we need to run an investigation? Do we need to obtain documentation from the courts or from other places? So we'll open up the complaint, we gather the information needed, and then if we can substantiate the complaint, then it gets moved on to the Attorney General's office to file the pleading against the license. So we can't just go right to probation. They have their due process. We have to go through those processes. If a PC 23 would be in the case of an arrest. So if the assault happened and they happened to be arrested for it, we would get that rap sheet the next morning, just like any other arrest. And then we would pursue a PC 23 if that was warranted for that particular case. An interim suspension order, in order to do that through the administrative courts, we would need to have all of the evidence gathered already. So if we did not have all of the evidence and interviews and things like that, we would have to have the investigation first, gather all of that, then do the interim suspension order through the administrative court. And then we only have so much time. Those are very time constraintive orders. So we would have, it's just a couple weeks before then we'd have to have the pleading. So normally, that's why you don't see them, because if we have enough evidence, we'd rather just file the pleading than do the ISO and then the pleading. We can just put it on a fast track. Yeah.
So what we couldn't do is have the staff member come in and say this just occurred. I say this is assault. I then enter into Breeze and say suspend the license. We do not have that authority. We cannot do that. It truly is like a court of law where you're innocent until proven guilty. And so when a complaint is received, that is not the same thing as an accusation filed, and it's not the same thing as moving it forward and getting a probation or a suspension order or a revocation.
When something happens like this, these particular situations, we would need a statement from the person so for instance, the staff member that it occurred to would need to write a statement, normally supply that to enforcement, and then we would open up the complaint and go from there.
This is Reza. Just a couple of things to add. So as Shannon and Lori explained, you're innocent until proven guilty, even here, and we can't simply flip a switch and take your license. But even with an interim suspension order, the due process that's required and all of that, there is definitely an expedited pathway to get somebody to suspension and keep them on that status until the rest of the disciplinary process plays out. Like if in that incident, for example, maybe we caught it on video in our parking lot security cameras. That's the evidence right there. You could take the person's statement that day and move this very quickly. If any part of your question has to do with whether spitting on a staff person, you know, if that type of conduct would constitute something that we could take discipline for, if that's any part of the question, even if it's not, I'll address it. We have a provision that allows us to take discipline for unprofessional conduct. And our statute spells out several examples of what is specifically unprofessional conduct, but unprofessional conduct also is a general, more or less catch-all that can be used to, I think, pretty squarely cover something like that, trying to intimidate a staff person in our parking lot, and a whole host of other things. So the fact that that's not specifically called out in our statutes it doesn't mean we can't take action. Often what happens with these situations, and it's a little bit of a limiting issue, is that somebody's license has already been revoked and they are, you know, fighting to get it back, or they're just fighting for their, you know, retribution. And once we've revoked their license, there's not too much more we can do. Of course, we can still file, you know, receive complaints, and if they ever try to get their license back, that's going to follow them. Another issue often when they're doing it via email is they reach out anonymously and under pseudonyms and things. Even then, you know, our investigations people can do what they can do to kind of try to track it down if possible. But there are those things that kind of limit it. But yeah, so there are limitations on our ability to immediately remove someone from licensure for something that obviously should be impacting their licensure, but we definitely have tools, and I think people out there should also know that we can take action for that kind of stuff.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
I have a couple things, and I don't know if they're, but clearly somebody that's doing these actions has mental health issues. Do you use 5150s to have them arrested? They get put on at least usually 72-hour holds, which allows you to take some action in the short term.
We don't have authority.
But if you call the
do
police.
a 5150. So again, that comes down to the police determining if it's a credible threat, right? So it's harm to self, harm to others, or
Right.
gravely disabled, right, for a 5150. Sometimes it's not that easy, right? And we have like Tarasoff laws and stuff like that as well, if there's like a credible threat to life as well. Those are not typically something that is used within this organization. Go first.
What authority we do have is Business and Professions Code 820. We can compel them to a mental health eval should we think that the allegations warrant a review of their mental or physical well-being.
Okay. The other thing, in my previous life, I have received threats too, and because it was community-based, people knew where I lived. And so actually at one point, Tony Atkins and I were threatened together related to an issue. And I didn't know at the time, but there are threat assessment units. And given the fact that in the old days, certain professions, their home address was made silent. Nowadays, with the internet, nobody's address is silent anymore. So that's a moot point, but social workers and community people couldn't have their, I also was concerned about sex offenders because I worked with sex offenders. But in this particular case, that threat was given to the local police. and they did an investigation. And because some of you, they have your home addresses, is there a referral to the local police to do threat assessments?
I would always recommend that if someone has a physical, verbal assault upon them, that they reach out to their local police department. We only have authority administratively. We can turn it over to D of I, which is down the hall from us, and we can, recommend that they contact the local police department.
See, it's different because I'm not even supposed to know that there was a threat assessment unit. A city staff person who had known me forever told me that it had been referred. I wouldn't have known otherwise. And I knew police at the time, and they would say, I don't know what you're talking about. So it needs a referral from somebody within the system. So I don't know if there's a way to create those kinds of linkages to protect you in your home environment.
There is, so the CHP is really where that falls from, right? They have a dignitary protection section. Being a board member, being an executive officer, we do fall under the dignitary protection section. And they do have processes in place to manage that. I don't know how that works with board staff, right? Because I'm not the only one on the receiving end of this. And so what is available at that point to them? But as we've been turning these over to D of I, getting everybody involved in it, getting California Highway Patrol involved in it, they're still limited on what can be done. One of the threats that came into me, I woke up to a text message on my work phone that says, I'm coming after you, expletive, at about 6 o'clock in the morning. And that was like, rise and shine. That's a great message to wake up to. And it was a burner phone. And so with that being a burner phone that was picked up at probably like a 7-Eleven and paid for from a preloaded Visa card, you run into these roadblocks of how do you identify? And so then the conversation ensues is, do you have anybody that would be upset with you? Yeah. Yes, absolutely, we do. But that then comes back down to the conversation that, is one of the comments that was shared, I believe, by Reza is, or Shannon maybe, where we've already taken the license away. So there's not much more that we can do as a board at that point. The license has been revoked. If we've asked for an 820 and they refuse it, or if the 820 confirms it, it does remove their license, and it doesn't give us any more that we can do. And honestly, being a licensee, if my license were removed, like what else, right? There's really nothing more that you can do. I've now lost my ability to pay for my family to be cared for. I've lost my ability to pay my mortgage or my rent or my cars. I'm now possibly facing homelessness. There's so many things that brings forward that causes that heightened emotional reaction from somebody, and so you have an understanding of how this can happen. We don't want that to happen. And you really want them to get help. We have our intervention program that, primarily focus on substance use disorder, but we know that substance use disorder doesn't go without another layer. And typically that is compounded with a mental health issue. So that intervention program is also there to help people with mental health issues as well. But, truly, again, I'm always going to go back to if you see something, say something. We need a community getting those reports from people on social media that I've never met, getting reports from people where I get emails that say, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but this is what I saw or I heard. Those are wonderful because they do help to keep us safe when we do have a position that's in the public facing forum like it is here.
Any other questions or comments from board members? No? Seeing that this was information only, BRN moderator, will you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." That is Slido, by the way. Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Lisa Scott would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Lisa, on your computer or on your phone, you should have a pop-up window that says unmute me. It might be hidden behind a window or windows that you have open. And then I think on your phone, it's *67. Lisa, are you not able to unmute? Yeah, on your computer, if you're on a computer, there's a window that's popped up that says unmute me. It might be behind something that you have open. You might have to minimize your windows.
Board moderator, while Lisa works to come off mute, I just want to let you know that you could type in if you wanted to, where we can read that, or you can send an email to me and I could read that. My email is loretta.melby, LORETTA.MELBY @DCA@.ca.gov. That's loretta.melby@dca.ca.gov. And then we can go on to the next public commenter if you want to, as she works to either unmute or send a typed comment or reaches out to me via email.
Do you see the comment from Gloria Aguan?
Yes, we can give her a chance to come off mute and speak if she wants to. And if not, I can read the comment. Are you able to help her unmute and check? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the discussion and the takeaways. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
That was Gloria Aguan. Lisa Scott, I have clicked on me several times and it doesn't change. I just have a question. Does the board think we need new legislation for these behaviors?
But potentially that can be explored. We do have a section later on in our agenda item of stuff that we can bring forward as maybe legislative suggestions to our sunset next year. But that is not something that we've discussed as of yet.
Okay, thank you. Mary Steckler would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Sorry. And thank you, Lisa Scott. Sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, Lori, thank you for bringing up this topic. This is so important. I had a couple incidences happen to me recently that shook me to my core, and I just kind of blew it off thinking it was maybe just a disgruntled student or something, but I'm not really sure anymore. But I had one allegation brought forth to the board about embezzlement. And I've been an RN for 43 years, and I have never had one bad thing happen on my license. And that just blew me away, blew me out of the water. It caught me by surprise. It was investigated. Obviously, it was unfounded, but it brings to light, that it's not just the board being attacked; it's the directors and the deans as well. And that was just one. I had another one call my office and speak to my administrative assistant and threatened me in more or less saying that she was going to go to the board and file things about discrimination and, all these Title I violations. And it was just really unfounded. And it's really unsettling. So I appreciate you bringing it out and seeing what we could do about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Mary, for bringing that forward. In my short stint as a program director before coming in to work for the board, there was a shooting at a university, I believe, in another state that really resonated with us when this occurred, because we do have students that do fail out in the fourth semester or the final semester, and they've dedicated 2 to 4 years of their life, tons of student loan debt, and then they don't make it. And so as a dean or director of our colleges and universities, there is a definite risk there as well. One of the issues going towards legislation, when that was brought up, because this just kind of triggered a chain of events in my head, is we don't have authority over the students to take actions because they're not a licensee. So our nursing students would not fall under the jurisdiction of the BRN for any behavior that they've done while a student in their role of a student. And so that might be something that would require a legislative change if that were to be something that we look at addressing in the future. I don't know the ins and outs of that, but they're definitely not a licensee, so we have no authority over that right now. So thank you, Mary, for sharing that. I do remember that in my short stint of a program director, as that being something that is a credible risk, and I'm sorry that you've had to experience that.
This is Reza. I just wanted to briefly speak to that. As far as nursing students, the board, Lori's correct. We don't currently have jurisdiction over them to take action. They don't have a license that we can take action against, and we can't, criminally prosecute them. That said, those nursing students will presumably eventually apply to the Board of Registered Nursing for a license. If their conduct while they're in nursing school before they're licensed results in a criminal conviction, that conviction is going to come across the board's attention when that person files for a license. Even if it doesn't rise to the level of a conviction, if it's something very serious and the board has a complaint, has evidence, at the time that that person applies for licensure, they're not immune from past misconduct. Even if there was no conviction, if the board has a credible complaint and gathers evidence to show that there was something that would meet the burden of proof to show that that misconduct actually occurred even before licensure, that misconduct will probably follow that person up to the time that they apply for licensure. And so all of their hard work, time, money spent trying to get through nursing school could be wasted if they do something that's just really unacceptable while they're a student. So I wanted to clarify that for the most part, what Lori said was correct, that we couldn't presently take action, but nobody's past just vanishes at the time that they apply for licensure. So hopefully some nursing students out there heard this as well and are aware that their still expected to, behave appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Public RN would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate this discussion very much, and I appreciate all the hard work, the labor of love that the board and the board staff do. I'm sure this is a very hard job, and I appreciate all that you guys do and all that you put into this. I'm sure that you guys get a lot. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, now I forgot who opened this up. So either Board EO Meldy or Board President Trujillo, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, it doesn't appear that we have any requests for comment here in HQ.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, as that was information only, we're moving on to item 6.0. This is BRN future priorities and proposals for review and possible action. 6.1 is discussion and possible action, review and acceptance of the draft 2026 to 2030 strategic plan.
Thank you. So you will find this material starting on page 1. If you're online, it is under the new section 6.0 BRN future priorities and proposals for review and possible action. If you click into that, page 4 is the agenda item summary, and then page 5 goes into the proposed strategic plan goals. If this is adopted today on board motion, it will have on the cover page adopted month, day, year. That would be when the board agrees to accept this. I'm going to start off before I go in here and make sure that you guys know we did plan a little better today than we do in most board meetings, where we do have a lunch scheduled for 12 o'clock. So we will open this up if we are done with this section by 12 o'clock. That's great. If we're not, we will table everything at 12 o'clock, take an adequate lunch break, and then come back and restart. That is something that we are going to be doing moving forward, is trying to schedule in lunch breaks at minimum, if not additional 15-minute breaks, because our days do tend to be very long, and I want to be mindful of BRN staff as well as our board members. So at noon, we will be breaking for lunch. So this strategic planning process was extensive. So it started off with solid meeting with the entire executive leadership of the Board of Registered Nursing. We spent several hours on multiple days of meetings, just kind of going through each goal, looking at various mission statements, vision statements, having legal counsel involved in that as well. And we went through and just kind of did a catch-all where we put all of our eggs in a basket and just started seeing which ones we're going to pull out and address this year. Because as with any organization, and that's obviously what this is you're in a state of constant improvement, right? In order just to even stay relevant. That is something that our board needed to kind of work on in a very accelerated manner for the last 5 years. And I do unfortunately see that accelerated manner continuing for the next 4 to 5 years as well. Just because we really had a lot of processes that had not been addressed for multiple years. And so we did that with the lessons learned from last strategic plan. We brought those forward into this strategic plan. And really took the input. You guys, last board meeting, reviewed that product, and that was from our executive leadership staff input. We've got all of those goals that we put out there, and then we took the feedback from the board members, and this is the product of that kind of combining. You will see that there have been some sections that you guys threw out as recommendations that may seem like they were removed. They were not removed, they were combined. with other ones. And so if you have specific questions on that, I can absolutely share that. One of them, just that sticks out in my head as not a removal, was that digital license suggestion that was brought forward. Love that. But that would be in combination with our DCA license lookup, right? And so it looks like that was removed. It was not removed. It was a duplicative. So it went up in that Breeze update, including the DCA license lookup. That license lookup would be potentially an app with a digital license. And so you'll see how that kind of combined. On page 7, it's just a listing of our current board members. We did add our newest appointed board member. We are only one vacancy, and that is a direct patient care role of a full complement of board members. About the board stays, we did not enter in a message from the president because we weren't sure our president was going to continue over. Now we know, so Dolores, work to do. You can see the updated board's mission, vision, and values. And then you can see where we go into our goals for licensing. So licensing is our first goal. You can see that this is not as in-depth as the goal progression chart, because once this is adopted, then I take that back and we do all the goals to put into place to make this happen. So this has to be accepted by our board first. So, licensing goals are on page 11, followed by the enforcement, alternative to discipline, continuing education, educational oversight, laws and regs, administrative and customer service, and then outreach. So you will see that through page 18. After that, it just kind of covers the process and moves down. We tried to keep the goals to be, SMART goals where they're measurable. We can track them. We can report out on them. We tried to keep them fairly succinct and combine the ones we could, so we didn't have like 12 goals on one and 3 on another. So open for any board feedback, any discussion. If you see an item that you put forward that was not carried over and you have a question on that, I would be happy to answer that.
Thank you, Lori. Any questions or comments from board members? Board member David Lawler.
I just want to say I like how not detailed it is just yet. I appreciate how tight and yet at the same time open. I like the framework, and I think this is a great start. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Board member Patricia Nguyen.
Yes, I think it's a great start too. The only thing that really jumped out at me, I mean, some of them I'd like to just see how they, get fleshed out, but one of them that really jumped out to me was goal 3, alternative to discipline. So I do think that is sometimes misunderstood. And I'll start by saying, even as a board member, I thought intervention was a way to kind of skirt discipline. And now I understand that it is a way to move people into treatment who need treatment. And I just hope that in this strategic plan, we will capture that, because, you think, oh, they're going in intervention and they're not going to have a record. And really, and it's thanks really to Lori, I have been persuaded that we really would like people into intervention because it is treatment and they're going to get well if they work their program. So I didn't think it was quite captured as clearly as I understand it now. And I spent several years not understanding it. So that's the only thing that I hope that we'll capture in that bold paragraph.
The bold paragraph pretty much comes straight from our statute, right? And so we definitely took that and kind of modified that to be as succinct as possible. The 3.1, where we enhance the communication on the intervention program so that affected nurses understand the options and the program, that's exactly what you're speaking to right there. That is where we will do outreach. Our new vendor will do outreach. I'm now going into each one of our IECs, I think starting next week, to provide some open session training. Because we weren't able to get, I think there was so many people. So 3 members from each 9 IEC would have had to been present to constitute a quorum to be able to do a group teach. which would not occur. So we shifted gears and we're going into each one, and I'll do an individual kind of, and probably ongoing education for the time being. That will get that education out. And so we're really just hitting it on 3.1 as much as we can to really have people understand that it's not the way to skirt your responsibilities. It's to tackle your responsibilities head on and actually do the best thing that you could possibly do for you and the public. And that is to heal and get into treatment and not have to worry about that issue. Yes.
Board Member Vicky Kranowitz.
Would the language be changed when we do the sunset stuff to make it more like what Tricia was saying?
So we could look at changes to our statutory language in the sunset if you think that it is not inclusive of what you need it to be. If it's just kind of an educational process, we can do that outside of any kind of statutory change.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you, President Trujillo. This was, I mean, EOMLB started with, this was an extensive process. It really was, and very thorough, and that should give everyone some confidence in the output. I was really pleased to see in the mission fair and consistent application, because I think that is a North Star, and that does, help in what I'm sure are difficult conversations, and I know are difficult decisions. I was really happy to see customer focused and transparency on the values. I think we are absolutely moving towards that, and transparency. It's remarkable how much more information is shared now than was a few years ago, right? Just in these board meetings. So yes, I think that we're already walking the walk there. So I'm just looking at goal 2.1, and that's an ongoing thing, reducing enforcement case processing time. That will be something I think we'll probably always be working on. I was thrilled to see 3.1, enhanced communications. I think this is, definitely the path forward to be sure that we have, give this opportunity to people who need it and people who aren't aware of it and could benefit from it. So super excited about that. And then I think as we talk about fair and consistent application, that's part of why 3.4 is here, right? Is consistency in the IECs, and in the NSGs. And this may seem like a change in NSGs in the same way it has been a change in the IECs. Correct. And so we should anticipate collectively concerns and address those, right? Acknowledge that change is occurring. So I'm happy to see that. And let's see, goal 5. Equitable access to clinical placements. It is a constant topic for us because it's so important. I think that 5.5 was interesting. Establish and publish quality standards to identify at-risk nursing programs. But this is new, right? We haven't been doing this.
So we don't have those standards published. Right. They are published by the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. We've had Nancy Spector present at several board meetings. Right. On those quality standards. The most poignant presentation by her happened to occur at the very same time that the intervention program was at its peak. And so we did not anticipate that kind of overlap occurring. And so when she did her presentation on that, it was not as relevant as it could have been at that moment because we were overshadowed by another more pressing issue. And so based on that presentation, if you ever want to take a chance and go back and rewatch it from a different lens now, they did talk about quality indicators. And we don't currently have those established in regulation. And so what we do have in statute says that when we're looking at enrollment increase, we can look at attrition and other metrics, right? Graduation rates, et cetera. But we don't have like a minimum standards set. And so that's something that we do need to move forward on. We've had a couple media requests lately, really looking at our approval process, and based on the kind of questions that we're still receiving, I don't think that people understand completely why we do what we do. And so really kind of putting that out in a clear manner is something that I really want to put some focus on so that that can be out there. We do 2 separate approvals right now. The first approval is the initial one to make sure that they can have a program that can produce a safe and practicing potential licensee, right? And the goal is to have them from enrollment be supported in that process to graduation and obtain licensure. And then we have the continuing approval, which means they continue to meet all of our rules and regulations and all of their metrics, which is what we're able to look at in enrollment increases, remain high. We need to establish those metrics based on the evidence that those quality indicators. So we've always had it. We haven't had it spelled out in a way that I think it needs to occur.
And then what will be great is that future nursing students can make decisions based on some of that information. It can inform their choices. So that's sort of the link to make to the public. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. That was a worthwhile goal. And then they all are. And then on page 7.1, I'd stand up and cheer, but thank you. Thank you for, we really do have to modernize the website and revise the communications, and it's going to be a big task. And so that's not something we should be checking on every 3 months as we have been, which is, I've sure been annoying for everyone. But instead, we're just going to have to make this, an overarching goal. And then I was pleased to see in goal 8.3, sort of the information briefs, which I think is a version of that. Some of the content that would be on there, which will help people understand. It's interesting as a member of the public, to try to explain what we do and how it works, and it takes some time. So, and I think when people learn that we're here really to make sure that the care that they receive is safe, then they understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members have comments? Okay, this is a discussion and action, so we are asking for a motion. So if you guys have a desire to repeat the motion that's on the board up there, I would appreciate that.
Okay, I would like to make a motion and implement the strategic plan for 2026 through.
Yeah, I need you to accept, not just a motion to implement.
Okay. I'm still recovering from the trip last week to Chicago. Okay, so at this time, I would like to make a motion, and that motion to accept and implement the strategic plan for 2026 through 2030 and allow BRN staff to make non-substantive changes to correct misspellings and/or typos that may be discovered in the document. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion. Patel.
Thank you. BRN moderator, please open it up for public comment.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in the request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment."
We had an earlier public comment where they mentioned that they were not able to make a public comment regarding to the strategic plan at the last board meeting. If that person is still in our attendees and they would like to make a public comment now, that would be appreciated.
So really quick, this is Reza, Board Counsel. I just have a tiny little thing just to note. I consider this a non-substantive thing. Page 7, the list of board members and agencies refers to the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. I know there's a plan in place to split up our agency, BCSH. I don't know when that's going to take effect. So just something to note, that may be something that's already on the radar to change if necessary, or something that could easily be missed. So just wanted to highlight that.
Paloma Serna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello. My name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died at San Diego County Jail in 2019 after licensed nurses ignored her medical crisis. I am also the president of Saving Lives in Custody, California. Today, you're discussing the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan, but nowhere in this plan is there a single mention of correctional health care or in custody deaths. That silence is deadly. Dozens of people die in California jails and prisons every year. Time again, licensed nurses are involved, ignoring symptoms, falsifying charts, and failing to provide basic care. In my daughter's case, a nurse documented care that never happened while Elisa collapsed and died. That nurse still holds a license today. The BRN cannot keep looking the other way. Your plan must include 1, oversight of correctional health care, because nurses in jails and prison work in life or death condition. 2, clear standards for correctional nursing. Documentation, emergency response, duty to escalate care. 3, automatic investigation to every in custody death involved licensed staff. Families should not have to beg you to investigate. Right now, your priority talk about website upgrades and streamlining application. That's fine, but if you ignore correctional health care, you're protecting the license, not lives. We are demanding that you add correctional health care and accountability into this plan. If you don't, the message is clear. You value protecting negligent nurses more than human life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Briefly, before we go on, this is Reza. I'll just address that as I have the last several meetings that this individual has commented. Just responding to the implication that the board is not doing anything regarding the commenter's daughter's death. There is an accusation pending against the individual who, against the nurse who was involved in that situation. I've informed the commenter at our last several meetings, the date of the hearing that was to take place. I don't have that offhand. I believe it's occurred, but all of that is a process, and the board is, sorry?
The hearing is tomorrow.
Okay, so the hearing is, I'm told tomorrow. Regardless, it's a process, and as was said before, the board can't simply flip a switch and take somebody's license away. Even under the most exigent circumstances, it can't simply do that. So to respond to the implication, again, that the board's not doing anything, the board's doing what it's supposed to by progressing through the disciplinary process against that person. That's all. Thanks.
Can you see the comment in the chat?
See the comment? Thank you for that information again. The date. Can I attend virtual?
The commenter asked if the hearing can be attended virtually. I believe that the hearings are open to the public. To give you a direction on where to go, maybe I'll come back to giving direction. I'm not sure off the top of my head where to direct you to access to that, but my understanding is that those hearings are open to the public, and so there should be a way for you to observe. If I find that, I'll make a note of it here on the record. Thanks.
I just received a message from our enforcement chief, and it is on how that person can view it, and it is to go onto oah.com. And I apologize. My misunderstanding is that the court case is not tomorrow, but the hearing is next week on this case. I misspoke on that. So you should be able to have time to find that. Go to oah.com and look for the hearing on it next week.
By the way, OAH.com, I don't think is.
.gov, I'm sorry.
And it would probably be, bear with me one moment. It's not OAH.com and it's not OAH.gov. Just go ahead and search for the Office of Administrative Hearings. That's what OAH stands for, Office of Administrative Hearings. OAH is within the Department of General Services. So if you end up there, you're probably in the right direction. So reach out to the Office of Administrative Hearings and ask how you can observe a hearing for that specific individual. I'm told, please double check this on your own, but I'm told that the hearing is scheduled for September 19th.
Okay, so just sorry about that. We're trying desperately to be as responsive as possible, as quickly as possible in public comment. We did just Google. You are correct. I did receive a message that said OAH.com because I had staff that was really trying to be responsive and helpful. It is clarified that it is www.dgs.ca.gov, and that is for the Office of Administrative Hearings, and that is DGS for California. So it's dgs.ca.gov, and then you could look for the hearing at that point. We've heard that it is not tomorrow, so I misspoke on that. I apologize. It looks like it is still scheduled for the future.
And to refine that address even further, dgs.ca.gov/OAH/contact will get you probably the most convenient place to go from there.
Teamwork. Yes. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Thank you for your comment. And Paloma Center says thank you. Board President Trujillo, there are no other public requests for comments on Slido. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
It doesn't appear we have any requests for comments here in HQ.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please.
So just real quick before the roll call vote, I just want to make sure that the public does understand. We do have an enforcement section specifically called out in our strategic plan. Although it does not look like we specifically address like individual cases, it is a constant process improvement. And so a lot of the issues and items that you brought up, if we have the jurisdiction over them, we will be addressing that in time to come. When this is adopted. One of the things that I really want to put out there is that we are not the sole governmental agency involved in this process. And so we only have the licensee role that we can manage through our enforcement process. So if there are policies and procedures that need to be addressed at any healthcare facility, including within the correctional system, it has to go through the facilities process improvement and any kind of overseeing governmental agencies that they have to respond to that is not underneath our jurisdiction. We cannot address that. So I want to make sure that people understand that we're not ignoring and we're not just kind of blowing this off as something that's not important, but we have a very kind of pointed area of enforcement that we are allowed to take action on, and that is with our licensee specific, and we do not have the ability to take action on healthcare facilities or correctional facilities or force policy change in those facilities.
At this time, we'll do a roll call vote. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Neelu Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member David.
Muller, yes.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormack, yes.
Board Member Katie Nair. Okay. All right. Thank you. Motion is carried. At this time, we're going to break for lunch for 1 hour. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Welcome back, everyone. We will now go into the second portion of our meeting. We're going to do roll call to establish our quorum. Dolores Trujillo, present. Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel, present.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez present.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen present.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler present.
Board Member Vicky Gronowitz.
Granowitz present.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac present.
Okay, our quorum has been established for the second half of this meeting. We're going to go to item 7.0. This is the report of the Nursing Practice Committee, and this is chaired by Neela Patel, our Vice President.
So real quick before we go on, Matt, I'm going to bug you. Teams just opened up and it might be Katie in Teams. So can you reach out to? Thank you. I think she's in the wrong meeting. So we are working with trying to get a board member on virtually, but we can go ahead and continue because we have quorum.
Okay, so I'll be presenting, well, not presenting, but I'll be opening up to item 7.1. And this is information only regarding the advisory committees. Lori Mulder, our executive officer, will be providing updates of the 5 committees within that. Thank you.
Sorry, there's so many things kind of popping up and juggling right now. Matt, do you have the Teams issue? Okay, so we're good. Okay, thank you. So reporting out on the advisory committees that have met in between session, and this is actually a pretty easy report out. Our advisory committees, because of the summer, we didn't have much going on. So our last advisory meeting for nurse midwifery was in March. The same with nurse practitioner was in March. The nurse anesthetist is coming up next week. There you go. I was looking, I was like, 2024, what am I doing here? And so they've last met, both the clinical nurse specialist and the nurse anesthetist both met in January. So there's nothing to update there. The one committee that did meet is we did hold a interested parties meeting for the Nursing Education Workforce Advisory Committee. And I would ask our board members to please at least take a moment to review the materials. It is very good information in those materials. I think they will help us as we prepare for sunset. If you have a moment to watch the actual committee on YouTube, please go ahead and do that. It's a wealth of information. So in that committee, the reason we scheduled this interested parties meeting is we received 2 letters. One letter came from the California Association of College of Nurses, and they had several areas of issues that they wanted to address as part of nursing education. And then we also received a letter from Copper Mountain College, the president of that college, with some issues that they wanted to address. On the agenda, I'll just give the 5 top bullet points. One was ongoing challenges in securing clinical placements for RNs and advanced practice nursing students. Administrative obligations imposed on nursing schools by BRN regulations and processes. Implementation of AB 2684, which was our prior sunset bill. Consistency and remediation of program director approvals, and communication with NECs. And those were our bullets. But again, those letters, when you look at the materials, are much more informative. They did a really great job of kind of writing what their issue was, what the impact was, what their recommendation was. And then I had created a table to go through and just kind of systematically, step by step, respond to them. And so we did a BRN response and background because there were some that we agree 100% on, that these are issues we need to address. There are some that we have a reason why it occurs this way and is supported in statute. And there were others where we definitely had to do some process improvements. And so if you have a chance, please go ahead and take a look at that. It starts on page 7. It goes to page 31. There are a copy of both of the letters in there. Our upcoming Nursing Education Workforce Advisory Committee that is scheduled for later in the fall, we've received another letter and we will be doing a very same format to address that. So if you guys have a moment, I think it's really, really important to kind of go through there, read that information. It is pertinent to how we approve nursing programs and enrollment increases and such in here as well. So it's a lot of really great information. Yes.
So you said they met, they had an agenda. Are we staffing that? So it's our committee and we're staffing it. So is that you, Macaulay? Yes. It is. So you set the agenda. Go for it.
Meet with
Why
the
not?
vice chair of the.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes, Lori and I both, and Reza actually, all meet with the chair and the vice chair of each committee to set the agenda together. So I do request agenda items from the committee members before, so we're fully prepped to go into those meetings. And then anything we receive from the public is also discussed during those meetings.
That's great. I just wasn't sure how issues came to that committee. So now I know they come from everywhere. Yes, thank you.
They do. The majority of our agenda planning is actually kind of rejecting a lot of items because they're outside of our jurisdiction.
Okay.
And so it is kind of a catch-all for workforce and education. We do receive a lot of input on how this needs to be addressed and such. But what we have to do is kind of redirect where that goes and where that is appropriately managed. A lot of workforce stuff actually gets kicked to HCI because they are workforce, kicked to CDPH, it's kind of outside. We monitor workforce because that is one of the roles of our board. But there is a fine line that we have to walk with our advisory committees. When our advisory committees meet, they can make recommendations to our board. When they make the recommendation to the board, then it comes forward, we bring it through nurse practice in this setting right here, and you will see that on a following agenda item. And when that occurs, then they make the recommendation to the board. And again, it's a recommendation. It's not a requirement that you guys accept it. Or you guys can accept it. It's completely up to you guys, given, taking into consideration everything around that. So with this one, there was no recommendation that came out of the Nursing Education Workforce Advisory Committee. I honestly believe that any recommendations that come out of that meeting will actually end up under sunset. That's really, we see this very commonly around sunset time, where we'll start to get an increase of letters of concerns that they'll be bringing this forward, and that's all in preparation to go into next year. So it's why, again, if you have a chance to read those materials, I really, really recommend doing that. Excuse me. And if you can watch it, it's even much more informative, I believe. With that, the CNS and the CRNA are non-statutory advisory committees, and member appointment to that comes through me to our admin committee. And so there was a vacant member in the CNS. We did a recommendation. Our advisory committee accepted it, and we do have a new person that has joined our CNS. Later on in this agenda, we will have a board appointment for a nurse midwifery person, because that is a statutory one that is required to go through that way. So that is my report out of 7.1. If there's any questions or comments from the board, we'll take it. If not, it's information only, and we can open up in public comment.
Thank you. I have to concur that June that meeting was really informative, quite lengthy, and a robust discussion was had. So I definitely agree. I try to attend all the meetings as well as a guest, since I chair the committee, so.
Okay, thank you.
So we can go and open it for public comment. Board moderator?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I would like to give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment."
While we're waiting, this is Reza. I think I see on the WebEx, Katie Nair, our new board member. Katie, if you're able to turn on your camera, please do. We have to as part of attending virtually. If you're not able to, please let us know if you're having some.
There you are.
There you are. Thank you.
Paloma Serna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, my name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died in San Diego County Jail due to medical neglect by nurses and custodial staff. I am with Saving Lives in Custody, California, and I am aware from earlier that there's certain jurisdictions that you guys have, with nurses or within in custody deaths. But when I hear advisory committee updates, I don't think of abstract policy. I think of my daughter, a young pregnant woman who collapsed, vomited, and seized in her cell while a nurse charted refused care. Elisa's death was not an accident. It was a direct result of a system where licensed nurses and jails operate under low standards than they ever would in a hospital. These advisory committees are supposed to guide professional standards. If those standards don't apply equally inside of jails, then you are endorsing a two-tier system of care, one for the public and one for incarcerated people, even pregnant women. Update means nothing if they do not address the deadly failures happening in custody. Nurses are care gatekeepers. If this board and its committees do not confront the role of nursing practice in custody deaths, like Elisa, then you are not protecting the patients. You are protecting a system of neglect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board Vice President Patel, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx Slido. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, we do not. You can close the window. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 7.2, information only, APRN request for bill consideration and legislative review equality. Novi, would you like to expand on this, please? Thanks.
Thank you. So one of the comments when we were meeting with Macaulay and some of the chairs of the advanced practice registered nursing advisory committees is we used to have a APRN committee that consisted of all 4 areas. And that was the kind of area where they kind of took everything into consideration as a whole versus just as an individual basis. We did sunset that, and we did, because we had 2 specific statutory advisory committees for nurse midwife and nurse practitioner, it was difficult to kind of manage and juggle the their participation in the APRN kind of group, keeping it separate from that. So then we said, let's just give everybody their own advisory committee. So we established the CNS advisory committee and the CRNA advisory committee that are non-statutory, that then complement, and their chapters, their charters, and everything is pretty much aligned, and we manage them all the same. They don't have a physician member on our non-statutory advisory committees, where the statutory committees do require a physician member. So that is kind of the biggest difference. When that happened, the goal is to have all of those committees report out to the nurse practice committee. And then if you are on our website or have a moment to understand what this nurse practice committee that we're kind of talking about right now does, is it takes in consideration all 4 APRN roles and additionally the RN practice, and then looks at that and then analyzes any kind of regulatory or legislative updates that we might ask for as a board. It was because of that, it was then brought to our attention by one of the advisory committee members that there have been several bills that have been brought forward in front of our board for consideration on whether or not we watch, we support, we oppose, and various kind of amendments throughout the last couple of years of what we would want to see as a board. And what they have asked us to convey and have the board consider is when you get an APRN role in front of you in a bill form that says nurse practitioners should get this, or nurse midwife should get this, or nurse anesthetist should get this, that when you're reviewing that bill, that you review it from a lens of looking at all 4 of our APRNs and say, can you make a support with amendment that said, I think this same kind of practice authority should be for all 4 of our APRNs so that we can kind of carry all 4 of them along equally in kind of the bill process. So on that, I absolutely said I'd bring it forward for discussion. We do know that there is specific scope of practice variations between each one of our advanced practice RNs. We know that our clinical nurse specialist does not have a different scope of practice than in that of an RN. We know that there are some limitations with our current CRNA scope of practice. We know that nurse practitioners and nurse midwives are the only one that are allowed to furnish and now have an ability to work without standardized procedures. And so there are variations with that. And so when a bill is presented in front of our board, if it addresses an APRN, if it advances one APRN's practice forward, they would like us to consider to amend or add in additional APRN scope of practice so that they can move succinctly through. So any questions or discussions? There's not need to be an action. It is information only. But that is what I promised I would bring forward and have you guys kind of take into consideration when we're looking at various regulations and legislative processes.
Hearing no discussion, let's open it up to public comment.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Paloma Serna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello. Okay. My name is Paloma Cerna. I'm the mother of Lisa Cerna, who died at San Diego County Jail due to medical neglect by nurses. I'm with Saving Lives in Custody, California. This item talks about treating all advanced practice nurses the same when it comes to legislation. That sounds fair, but here's the problem. In jails and prison, these nurses already have a lot of power. They decide if someone gets medication, if they see a doctor, or if they're sent to the hospital. Too often those decisions decide whether a person lives or dies. In Lisa's case, advanced practice nurses were involved. They saw her condition, they documented it, and they still failed to act. Expanding their authority without demanding accountability just means more power with no consequences. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board Vice President Patel, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Yes, we do. We do have one in HQ.
Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Rowe. I am a CRNA, Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetist, and I'm here on behalf of the California Association of Nurse Anesthesiology as a practice director. But another role that I serve is as the co-chair of the APRN Coalition here in California, which is built with the 4 advanced practice nurse associations, Health Impact, and then American Association of Nurses California chapter. And so thank you for bringing this topic up for discussion and to the board. And I thought it was a great opportunity to remind the board that there is this APRN consensus model that is supported by the National Council of State Boards. And so it standardizes education, licensure, and practice, and improves access to care. And so this is something that we would love to see California move forward with. Not only does it clarify our practices, it reduces confusion, streamlines the regulatory process, and this would ensure that patients are receiving the care from qualified professionals. We do this every day right now, but then this would bring a format that's nationally recognized to show more access to care and to make sure that it's crystal clear to the public. Thank you.
Just to give you an update on that, when the APRN consensus model was released by National Council of State Boards of Nursing, it was brought in front of our board. Our board did make a motion to adopt that, and we have adopted the APRN consensus model in the state of California by board vote, probably I think 2014, 15. It's been a long while since that it has occurred. There are some limitations in the adopting of that consensus model. It does streamline, it does bring things together, it does allow for population foci, for licensing. It does say that we cannot regulate specialty specific licensure, kind of like oncology nurse and stuff like that. So we do stay at the population focus, which is like your family nurse, your women's health, your pediatric neonatal. Each one of the various APRNs encompass that differently, right? So your nurse anesthetist is all inclusive. You don't have a specific population focus. You are all. The nurse practitioner has the 6 areas, and then there's the in hospital and then out of hospital. And so that is mentioned in our regulations where we adopted that. I believe it's 1481. And then the nurse midwife obviously has a singular kind of focus, and that's your women's health and gender related services. And then your CNS is the one where it kind of shows that there is some necessary need for that to be addressed on a national level. So with the CNS, they had previously a psychiatric national board certification. They had a family board certification. CNSs no longer have those population foci board certifications, and they have dropped down to, I think, only 3 that are recognized right now. And so that is something that is limiting, of course. And we are, as we're promulgating regulations, both for CNS and CRNA now, we are taking those consensus models into consideration. As we're working with the various advisory committees as well, nurse midwife is looking at updating their regulations through the advisory committee. One of the recommendations is that you maintain national certification in order to get licensure. We are the only state in the nation that allows for APRN licensure without a national certification. That would have to be a legislative change if we were to adopt that across the board as well. So even though we have a board adoption of it, we do not have regulatory or statutory language in place that matches the consensus model in its entirety. So as we move based on that prior board motion to adopt, we will be updating regulations as much as we can. And when we run into a statutory limitation, we will have to address that through a legislative process to fully adopt. But thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for your comment. We don't have any other public requests for comments on HQ. You can close the window. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did no one have a comment? What was that? Did Melanie have a follow-up comment? No, did you have any follow-up?
I will take it.
Take it.
Actually, yes, we do have a comment to follow up.
So appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think in response to what you had said, Executive Officer Melby, I just really look forward, and we look forward as APRNs in California, to statutory language that would help bring the full APRN consensus model to the place where then the BRN could write regulations that would support all the things that the consensus model does so that we can improve access to care to patients in California.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay. Any discussion after the comments? Okay. We'll move on to agenda item 7.3, discussion and possible action, appointment of Nurse Midwifery Advisory Committee public member.
Okay, so in accordance with Business Professions Code 2746.2B1, the board shall appoint a committee of qualified physician surgeons and nurses called the Nurse Midwife Advisory Committee, and it shall be composed of 4 qualified certified nurse midwives, 2 qualified physicians and surgeons, including but not limited to an obstetricians or family physicians, and 1 public member. There was a public member vacancy. We did open it up for applications to be received. We did receive a few of them. It is screened to make sure that they meet criteria. The applicants that met criteria were brought forth to the advisory, to the administrative, goodness gracious, it's after lunch. The administration committee, which consists of our vice president and our board president. And then I am there as a liaison, as the executive officer. And they made a choice to recommend an appointment of a public member. And that public member that was selected is Amelia Kong to fill the Nurse Midwifery Advisory Committee public member vacancy. Those terms are for 2 4-year terms. This person will fill that role as long as they can. I do have to let people know that this is a nursing student. So soon, hopefully, this person will no longer be a public member and we will have to fill that vacancy. But at this point, they are a public member as they will be starting nursing school, I believe they thought in the fall. So just a prospective student that's stepping up now and becoming active. And so that's fantastic. And so we will need a motion to accept the recommendation from the board's administrative committee selecting Amelia Kong to fill the Nurse Midwife Advisory Committee public member vacancy. You can say so moved if you want to.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
David Lawler.
Second it. This is Dolores. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right.
We can open it up for public comment, please.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Paloma Serna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
My name is Paloma Serna, the mother of Elisa Serna, who died in San Diego County Jail. Elisa collapsed on a concrete floor, suffering seizures, vomiting, and dehydration. Instead of urgent medical care, nurses and deputies charted refusal and let her die. That detail matters here because Elisa was not just an incarcerated woman. She was a expectant mother. The lives of both her and her unborn child were disregarded. And this board, through committees like the Nurse Midwife Advisory Committee, has a responsibility to ensure that never happens again. Appointing a public member who is not biased means giving a voice to families who knows firsthand that incarcerated pregnant women are dying under nursing neglect. Professional circles protects each other, but it is not the public who demands accountability. Excuse me, but it is the public who demands accountability when lives are lost. I urge you to appoint someone who will challenge the silence, someone who will say clearly that pregnancy and custody requires heightened care, not abandonment. Elisa's death proved what is at stake. Without strong public voices, more mothers and more babies will be left to die in California jails. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board Vice President Patel, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
We do not.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you. So we have a motion on the table here. If we can go and take a vote for this motion. Vice President Patel votes yes. President Trujillo?
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
Board Member
Cormack, yes.
Board Member Wynn?
Win, yes.
Board Member Granitz?
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Dominguez?
Dominguez, yes.
And Board Member Lawler?
Lawler, yes.
And Board Member Nair? Did she hear me? What's her first name?
That's okay. Nair, defer.
Thank you. That's a unanimous vote. The motion passes. And I just want to say thank you very much to you and your staff for all you do for the advisory committees. I know it's a lot of work with the 5 committees, and it's we're moving things forward and doing a lot of good things for the state and for nurses. Thank you. And I will go ahead and turn it over to President Trujillo. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the agenda, we're at item 8.0. This is the report of the Education Licensing Committee. Jovita Dominguez is the chairperson for this committee.
Good afternoon, and I believe we need Dr. McCarthy elevated.
We do, and as we're elevating her, I just want to take a moment. I did sigh very loudly, and it may have been construed that it was against additional public comment. I just want to let you know I lost my computer turned black, and I lost a monitor, and I was redoing that. So that's what that sigh was. I want to make sure I address that publicly to make sure that nobody thought that I was sighing negatively against any public comment. It was definitely dealing with some technical issues as I'm continuing. I'm black now again.
But you're not going to sign.
I'm just gonna grin. It's back. It's my computer's doing something. So I apologize if it was perceived by the public that maybe I was impatient or something with what was being stated, and that's not. It's my computer. So I'm going to take a moment to restart. Thank you.
To address Marianne.
Oh, Marianne, if you can get us started on our 8.0 piece.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Mary Ann McCarthy. I am a supervising nursing education consultant and also the liaison to the Education Licensing Committee. Before we begin on the agenda, I want to take a moment to share some updates from the last meeting that we had, the ELC committee meeting. There were a few deadlines that needed to be met and a few things that were requested that I want to make sure I bring to your attention because they've been met and therefore they remain consent agenda items. The first one is Merritt College, which is about halfway down the agenda. Merritt College needed to, they are working on some non-compliances from their continuing approval visit. And they, at the time of the Education Licensing Committee, they needed a program director. Their program director had retired. So they had a deadline of July 1st, and I just want everybody to know that they met that deadline, and therefore they're moving forward as a consent agenda item. The second update is for Samuel Merritt College, or Samuel Merritt University, excuse me. So don't get confused with the Merritt. So Merritt College was the first one, and this is Samuel Merritt University. They're just a couple agenda items below Merritt College, and they had submitted, they were looking for a enrollment increase in Region 4, and they submitted additional documentation that was requested by the Education Licensing Board in order to show their collaboration with not only the facilities that they're going to be using in Region 4, but also with any of the schools that are currently at those same facilities in Region 4. So if you take a look at the document that we added, I believe it's in the ELC packet materials as an addendum on page 11 and 12. So if you want to take a look at that, again, both of these things were requested. That ELC committee requested these before the board meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that these have been obtained. And if there's no questions, with that said, I will begin with 8.1.
Do any members have any questions or concerns? So I'd like to make a motion.
I don't think we need a motion yet.
Nope.
Leticia. I just wanted to give those updates.
Yeah.
Oh, so sorry.
Okay.
I will jump in as well.
Okay.
So in the Education and Licensing Committee meeting, our committee recommended, you guys could find that on the agenda item summary, where it says, if this, then this, right? And so because they had specific qualifications in order to make that motion to approve, the colleges and universities had a month time period or so to give us that information. So because that was obtained, our NECs reviewed it. They believe that that was met. So it's put forth as what the original agenda request was in the ELC, and the motion was to accept. So that's how we expect this to go forward. Merits was just to show that there was a program director, so there's no additional documentation that needed to occur at that point other than just saying, hey, it's there. Samuel Merits was a little bit more difficult to convey just by saying it was met. So this form that is in there, I want you guys to take a look at that form. It is a helpful form. It's not a form that's required by anybody in regulation. And to see that we want feedback on it because it's the first time we're using this form. So if that meets the requirements of the ask from the Education Licensing Committee. So what that ask was to show that the clinical sites that Samuel Merritt was going to use to accommodate the additional enrollment numbers did not cause any clinical impaction to another school. And so what they did is they reached out to their facilities that they're planning to use. They contacted the facilities to find out who was also contracted with them and what days and times they're using those sites. And then he reached out specifically to those schools. So what we had been hearing in the past is just kind of globally, these regions are impacted. And we've had several schools come in front of us saying, but I'm using facility sites that don't have anybody else at them. And how come I can't grow? So this form was kind of developed to see if this will help to kind of convey that clinical impaction or no clinical impaction that the board members have really been asking for. So if you guys read that form, read through it, you can on the left are the clinical sites. One over from that are the clinical facility, the academic institutions that are using that clinical site. The facility is stated in a yes or a no that there is impaction or there's no impaction. The facility gave them the number of students and the dates and times that those other schools are utilizing it and what units they're utilized on. And then to the farthest right is a comment section where it shows what the program has done to reach out to those schools to show that collaboration. And then if there truly is no impaction, they'll say no impaction, or they'll say no response, or they'll say NA. The NAs are specific to them, right? So they put their kind of clinical planning on that one too. So We believe that this form kind of accurately reflects it. We will share it out to our schools as a helpful form in the future if our board agrees that this answers kind of the call. And we can then be able to speak to this in a much more kind of definitive matter as we're reviewing these concerns as they're brought forward in front of us or considering these requests as they're brought forward. So any questions or comments on that form?
Thank you very much. This is very helpful. I mean, for the committees, we're going through this and we're hearing two different contradictory stories at the same time. So this is super helpful. My question is, who is filling out this form and who is doing the follow-up and who is doing the confirmation?
So the form comes from the academic institution that is requesting the enrollment. It is the onus on them, kind of like if you're going to permit a building permit, right? If you're the person that wants that building permit, you're the one that's going to move that permit all the way forward or gather all the documents to present it to the board to hopefully get approved to build your building. This is almost the exact same process with this, is because it is them that are bringing this forward. They are responsible for collecting all of this data, turning this data into us and presenting it in a way that we can look at it to make sure that we meet the letter of the law when we approve or disapprove these requests.
Well, the only follow-up I would have to that is often in, and even, well, in our committees and even here, the applicant says, oh, I've checked with everybody and nobody objected. And then 3 schools get up and say, well, nobody called us. So that one column, academic response to facility information, where it just says NA, NA, NA. So they didn't get a response, but how do we know that that actually happened?
So that is why we still have public comment.
Okay.
So we will continue to do that. But one of the things that I think you can see, and again, I'm still dealing with technical issues here, but if you look on like Dignity, right? So Dignity Health says that they have 3 academic institutions using them as a clinical location. Samuel Merritt says they're using them Saturday, Sunday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Med-Surg. It then shows that the other 2 academic institutions are using them during the weekday. So therefore, they put NA on theirs. They left it blank on the one that says no official stance has been communicated regarding the program's growth. We discussed that additional clinical placement data may be shared in the upcoming weeks when the final information is available. So that says that we've reached out, we've started discussions, we haven't got a final from them. And then it shows that the other academic institution that's utilizing that had no response. They did not respond to them. Again, coming from the academic institution. But the other thing that you could look at is it's 1 weekday and they are there on a Saturday and Sunday. So the facility has provided us additional information that says these 2 academic institutions are using it Monday through Friday. They're using it Saturday, Sunday. Therefore, if that information is accurate, there is no impaction, but it's also showing that they're continuing to work together.
Okay, great.
To follow up on that, because as a public member, I don't know, that's the answer 100% of the time. So my question is this a standard business practice where you don't reply back to this question? Is that protocol? For whatever reason, I'm not going there. I'm just curious.
It is not protocol. No, what we've seen all areas of the spectrum, right? We had one incident in a prior board meeting where the person came forward and said, this is what I'm requesting. We had a representative from a consortium show up and say, we've not met. The Education License Committee deferred them and said, please go meet. They met. The consortium representatives that opposed it on the previous one came forward in the next meeting with letters of support and showed up and said, we met, we've got it all figured out. It's great. We can support this. And they were able to make the board was able to make a good recommendation based on feedback from everybody that was involved. So we have had some really great outcomes with that. We have also heard where in public comment, it is kind of laid out in front of us where one said, I contacted them and we had a representative from that college here that said, I'm actually right here and you haven't contacted me. And they then took that offline. We deferred because that is one thing that our board can absolutely do is defer asking for additional information. And so that worked out. There was additional information. I believe we were able to approve that. So a lot of times when we don't necessarily deny specific enrollment increase. Sometimes we do. It's rare. We'll defer that pending additional information. Once that information is received, then they're able to either grant the full enrollment that was requested or decrease it a bit to make it a little more equitable to kind of manage the concerns that were brought forward. But one of the comments that actually was made by our board member Wynn here was, we need to see more people responding to these reach outs. You had said in the last DLC that it was very difficult to make these decisions, know that you're making the right decision when you don't have full cooperation. And so she did an ask to please kind of be more responsive. Previously, kind of historical things that happened with the BRN is we used to get a lot of public comments saying, we don't want them to grow, or we're playing favorites to a certain type of institution. And so we're really trying to be completely transparent in this process to kind of show this here. And then one of the comments that was brought in the last, I believe, Education Licensing Committee meeting was, what happens if a program falsifies information or just lies about it? And so the comment that I shared, and I shared as well in the Nursing Education Workforce Advisory Committee, is in our Nurse Practice Act, underneath our pre-licensure section, we have a approval area in there, and I think it's 1423.2. I'm actually looking at that right now, and that's not accurate, so let me find it for you, where it talks about misinformation. And so it's 1423. And it says knowingly concealing a material fact required to be submitted to the board. And so this was now information that was required to the board. And if they were concealing it, not doing it, we required it, that would be problematic. Or knowingly misrepresenting a material fact submitted to the board is cause for denial of an application or revocation of an approved nursing program's approval. And so we shared that information out at the last meeting that says, say a school blatantly disregards what is there and gives us all kinds of false information. Now we have it here on black and white. It's been presented to the board. The board could take action if we find out in the future that this was not correct. So it allows for, yes, greater transparency, but it also allows for us to have any follow-up if there's concerns brought forward to us. So this form was something that was kind of put out there to see if it works. We'll take any kind of feedback and move forward with it. But as Marianne McCarthy had mentioned, that the NECs have reviewed it, the clinical impaction that was of a concern has been deemed by collecting this data that it's not there for the use of these facilities, and therefore the motion that came from the ELC was to support the enrollment increase as requested, as long as that was cleared. And according to the NECs, it was cleared, and so it should be a support when you guys go to look at that.
Well, so it seems that confirming with the NEC that this is correct would be enough, because they know what's really going on. And my suspicion, of course, is because in past history, like you said, every college asking for something either says, we've reached out and nobody responded, at which point everyone in public comment is saying, we don't want it and nobody reached out. Or they say, well, all they have to do is talk to us. We'd love to talk to them. We just don't know who they are, to which I would say, everyone. 100% of everyone around you is speaking against you. Mm-hmm. So that's a pretty simple answer. But instead of double checking, I want a call log of who you talked to and when, or what message you left, I think just going to the NEC would be enough to say, is this kosher?
That is their role, right? Is to receive this information, synthesize it, and present it to the board so that you guys don't have to do that work, right? And so that is the NEC's role. We've actually had to have these conversations with various academic institutions who have said, well, I didn't get to bring this in front of the board. And it's the same kind of process, is the board licenses individuals, but you don't review every application. So the board will approve or deny or defer. You're not going to review every application. We have licensing staff that review the licensee application. We have our NECs that review all of our school applications. And so you would defer to their interpretation of that. Again, knowing that nothing is final, right? We do have the ability as a board to decrease enrollment in the future if something occurred. So again, if you guys made a decision and we find out later that it was absolutely made on misrepresenting a material fact or concealing material fact, you get a complaint on that. We look into that. It has been determined that that occurred. We can remove programmatic approval, or we can also do some other things that we do when we get areas of noncompliance and we work them through warning status and intent to remove program approval. We have a lot of ability to manage that if something is falsified and submitted to us.
I have a question, Lori. You mentioned this form as needing board approval.
Not official board approval, right? It's a brand new form that was developed, and this is the first time we're utilizing this, and we put it forward to Samuel Merritt as a helpful document to just kind of succinctly report everything that we kind of needed. If this answers what you guys think it needs to answer, if you guys agree with that, we would like to put that out as a helpful form to the various colleges and universities when they're coming forward, so that we can establish a very clear process that is the same across. If there's items in there that you think were not appropriate, or you would like to see additional information, this would be the time that we would like that feedback before we start to hand it out to other schools as a helpful form.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you, President Trujillo. I guess just one thing, I'm thinking that it's possible, I mean, there are a lot of administrators and different, people who run these various other programs. Could we, as part of the process, notify, say, everyone, this is a Samuel Merritt request, right?
Yes.
So notify everyone listed on this, hey, your name shows up on this form that's going to be presented, or, could we give them some notice that like in a week, the ELC is going to be considering this? We must have some default person that we communicate with. We're just trying to think about, somebody's on vacation, the email doesn't get to the right person, the phone call, like.
Our default within our nursing education consultants is the program director or the assistant director. That is our default. Understanding that that may not be the only person that's involved in these clinical placements. Some of these institutions have a clinical placement coordinator that is not the assistant director or the director. We don't have any idea who that person is. We do not keep employment records or have any ability to do that. So our default contact is the assistant director and the director, primarily the director. What we do with each one of our committees is, again, we notice this at 14 days. We try to put the materials out as soon as possible from there. But the other thing that we do that is in addition to everything else that we do, specifically with our pre-licensure program directors, is we send an email out to them when this information is posted, when it's on there, letting them know, and it's a blanket email that goes to all.
Okay.
And then we give them another special notification prior to the beginning of the board meeting or beginning of a committee meeting that says, hey, it is being held today. Please join, because we know that with their role, it is difficult to sometimes make time for that. So we're sending out these additional reminders, but we have not reached out specifically to these other schools. That again goes down into kind of their regular role, that they are expected to do this without us having to manage that. So we do an additional reach out, but we don't.
But they're not
make that
having to remember, there's going to be a board meeting or a committee meeting. I have to go to the website. I have to click down. They're getting an email that says, hey, here's this thing. Click on this link if you want to review. Okay, great. Thanks.
Lori, without getting into the weeds, would it be appropriate to ask them to put the name of the person that they contacted and a date?
So I would suggest not to do that. What we have is we have authority over the academic institution, not the individual person.
Sure.
Right? So we can list the academic institution, we can list the information that the academic institutions give us. What I would not want to see is employee specific information to be shared.
I can
That we hope that continues to happen within there, because, you know, like we talked about being targeted, right? Like some of these schools are $1 million corporations, and growth is tied to that ability to make money. And what we would not want to see is somebody targeted if it didn't go the way that they wanted it to go. Not saying that that would happen, but in the utmost caution, because of the stuff that we have discussed earlier in the meeting, that you just don't know. We don't want that to happen. And I'm not saying that it would be from a school or from even another member in our community. It could be a student that didn't get in, or a student's family member that thought they could have got in if there was just open enrollment. Like it could go to any level. And so we just would like to protect the individual person and leave it at the institution level.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Lori. Any other questions or comments from board members? Alita?
So this would be a good time to do the motion now? Or?
No, so this would be a good time to turn it back over to Dr. Marianne McCarthy to move forward now that we've discussed this particular item.
All right. Dr. McCarthy, if you can continue.
Sure. So moving on to 8.1, items covered in agenda item 8.1 will be treated as consent agenda items unless the board or someone from the public requests that they be pulled out for discussion. The list of schools and the associated motions can be found in the agenda item summary in the meeting materials on pages 5 through 9. So this is the discussion and possible action regarding ELC recommendation to the board on agenda items presented at the June 17th, 2025 committee meeting. These are all consent agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. At this time, we can make the motion. I would like to make the motion to accept the recommendations of the Education and Licensing Committee for all items contained in 8.1. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
I'll second the motion, Patel.
All right, thank you. BRN moderator, can you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Paloma Serna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, my name is Paloma Serna, the mother of Elisa Serna. This agenda item is about approving and expanding nursing programs across the state. Let me be very clear. My daughter did not die because of care was unavailable. She died because licensed nurses choose to ignore their training and abandon their duty. When you approve new programs or allow enrollment increases, you're deciding who will stand at the bedside or at the cell door the next time someone collapses. If those programs are not teaching nurses to treat incarcerated people as full human beings deserving of timely care, then this board is rubber stamping more preventable deaths. I urge you to hold every program accountable. If a program is not compliant, do not look the other way, because in the end, it is not the school that suffers. It is patient. It is the patient like Elisa, whose life could have been saved if nurses had practiced what they were taught. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Lisa Lucchese would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Lisa, if you're on a computer, it's a little small window that says unmute me, and it may be behind windows that you have open. If you're on a computer, I think it's star 67.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lisa Lucchese. I'm the Dean of the Health and Fitness Track at San Joaquin Delta College. And I'm here on behalf of our nursing program, which has proudly served our region for over 60 years. For decades, we've partnered with local hospitals, clinics, and long-term care sites to prepare nurses who not only train here, but stay here. Our graduates become bedside nurses, charge nurses, and leaders who care for our neighbors, family, and friends. We are woven into the fabric of our local healthcare system. And this is precisely why we strongly oppose the influx of outside and private nursing programs that are trying to enter our region. While we recognize the statewide nursing shortage and understand that every institution has a role to play, bringing additional programs from the outside area threatens to destabilize the delicate ecosystem of our clinical placements, our faculty, student support services that we've worked hard to build. More programs do not mean more local nurses. It simply means more competition for the same clinical sites, more strain on our already overextended facilities, and ultimately less time and guidance for each student. We've been open to collaboration. In fact, we've made repeated efforts to partner with incoming colleges to share resources and explore coordinated solutions. Unfortunately, despite these efforts, our concerns remain. The reality is that most of out-of-area programs are driven not by the community need, but by enrollment, demand, and tuition revenue. This model places financial burden on the students, and many of whom will pay 2 to 3 times more what our students pay, but also results in too many graduates who compete for jobs here, and they ultimately leave to work elsewhere. Our philosophy has been to simply to grow our own. We believe that local students trained by local faculty in local clinical settings are the ones that are most likely to serve our community long term. We created the HOPE program, which has been recognized by the California Community College Chancellor's Office. And this program supports our community members and our community facilities by training our own. Flooding our counties with outside programs undermines the mission of providing care for our region. So on behalf of our faculty and clinical partners, I respectfully request that we prioritize the strength of our longstanding program and push back against further encroachment from external nursing schools. Our community deserves nurses who are not just trained here, but are committed to being here. And I'd like to reference the information provided on the academic collaboration form. It is not accurate. And as an example, Dignity Hospital is mentioned, and it referenced 8 students there. On a given week, we have at least 120 students there. And that's just one of the sites that they mentioned. The same applies for San Joaquin General Hospital. And during our meeting with Samuel Merritt, we continue to oppose the increase of their enrollment in our region. And our director has also provided an email director to Executive Officer Melby to reference that we strongly oppose this. So thank you for your time and continued support.
Thank you for your comment. Board President Trujillo. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll let you close it up.
Oh, okay, sorry. Board President Trujillo, there were no other public requests for comments on Slido. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
Doesn't appear that we have any requests here in HQ for comment.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this?
Yes, please.
I'm
Thank you.
going to let our board counsel speak, and then I did receive an email that I will read that was just referenced.
I was just trying to get clarification. Was the last comment understood to be specifically regarding Samuel Merritt?
Yes. Yep. So I did receive an email. I just pulled it up. It says, Dear Ms. Melvey, concerning the 8.1 agenda today, I am nursing faculty from San Joaquin Delta College, Region 4. We are seeing an increase of private nursing schools entering our area and interfering with the community college and CSU's clinical sites and students. As you know, AB 1577 was passed to help these affordable community colleges and CSUs to secure clinical sites for their students in their community hospitals and clinics. We offer equitable and affordable nonprofit education to our community and produce nurses that stay in our community. We serve students that cannot afford daycare that is provided by the college. If we are pushed to weekends and night shifts, this service could not provide for our students and would be forced to drop. Outside schools that are entering our area are jeopardizing our relationship with these clinical sites. We are seeing an influx of out-of-county and now out-of-state schools that are securing clinical sites and leaving us no room for growth and is needed to this area. These schools do not always produce local nurses as they are from different counties. Please take a look at the schools that are impacted by program growth and program placement of sites. The state implemented AB 1577 to help safeguard clinical sites and ensure public schools adequate access to clinical placement, transparency, accountability, and provide affordable and accessible choices for students. Please consider this before allowing for more for-profit schools of nursing student growth in our region outside of the community colleges and CSUs. One thing I want to make sure to address in here is one, it says we're now seeing out-of-state schools that are securing clinical sites. I hope that's not the occurring. That is against our laws and regulations. So if you guys know of out-of-state schools that are doing clinicals in our state, please let us know that so that we can address that. We do have laws that only allow for California-approved nursing programs to do clinicals in our state. So if that is occurring, we will need to reach out to these healthcare agencies and let them know that that is not allowable, that these schools need to be approved, and hopefully we can help to address that issue if it is occurring. The AB 1577, that was a bill that was directed at healthcare facilities that are doing clinicals, that they make an effort to speak or meet with the California community colleges and CSUs and help them to secure clinical sites prior to offering that up for any private colleges and universities. It did also give the caveat that it's not to displace currently approved programs as well. And then just again, going back to the document, this one here says that if they do provide the daycare, that is a Monday through Friday, if they were pushed to weekends, they would not be able to provide that. Currently, what was presented in the materials is that Samuel Merritt is doing weekends. They have not affected anybody on the Monday through Friday schedule. Yes.
I want to thank the person who commented publicly. I mean, these are the exact issues we grapple with every single committee meeting and every single board meeting. It's very difficult to figure out how to accumulate this information. I think this new form is a step in the right direction. I don't think it's perfect. We should strive for perfection, but we're not there yet. There are lots of opportunities to intervene in this process, and this is probably the worst possible time since it's on the consent calendar, and there's no way for us to verify. I would only also address the point that we don't have any authority to require students to stay where they're trained, although I certainly understand your desire for that to happen. We're just going to keep grappling with this and hope that we make well-informed decisions based on complete information, but it is a very difficult position that we're in.
Thank you. So I did receive 2 more emails. I apologize. I will read those in a moment. One of the other kind of just process things here is it is on consent agenda right now. If a board member wants to pull that out, or if the public requests to pull it out and have a more in-depth conversation, we can. So I will read this one here. It says, "Good afternoon, EO Melby. I'm writing to formally express strong opposition to the proposed expansion of Samuel Merritt University, SMU, and Arizona College in Region 4. We don't have Arizona College on the agenda for today. We recently met with representatives from SMU who stated that their students are placed at Dignity Health for clinical sites every Saturday and Sunday. In the spirit of transparency, I provided them with SJDC's clinical schedules showing that our students are also placed at Dignity Health on Saturday and Sunday. However, SMU did not reciprocate or provide their schedules for review. During the same meeting, CSU Stanislaus also voiced concerns about clinical conflict the Director of Health Science at San Joaquin Delta. Then the next email that popped up, and they're continuing to pop up. Sorry about that. And these people that are writing to me are saying that they're in clinicals or in theory and cannot make the comments. And so this one just came in 2 minutes ago. "Hello, I'm writing to express my opposition of Samuel Merritt University and Arizona College." It looks like it's a form letter. Yeah, it's a pretty much a form letter. And this one was put forward by a professor of nursing at the Health and Fitness track with San Joaquin Delta again. So another San Joaquin Delta. And just one more, says, "Good afternoon, Loretta. Can you kindly read my email at the BRN meeting? Thanks. Hello, my name is Rochelle Deanda, and I am a nursing faculty at San Joaquin Delta College, where I graduated from the ADN program in 2003. I'm writing to express my opposition to Samuel Merritt University and Arizona College." Again, just remember that we're not addressing Arizona College today. "I currently hold clinicals at St. Joseph's Medical Center for Nursing 5 Child and Young Adult. At present, St. Joseph's is the only clinical site available for pediatric rotation and is already heavily impacted. Allowing additional college to place students there simply is not feasible and would be detrimental to the learning opportunities for our Delta students. San Joaquin Delta College provides an invaluable opportunity to our community by preparing and training nurses who often remain here to serve. I am a strong example of this commitment as both a graduate of the program and now faculty member dedicated to support the next generation of nurses. For this reason, I strongly urge that we prioritize the needs of our local program and community health before bringing in additional nursing schools." I can also share just some background on this requirement for us to review. So in our form called the EDP IL1 is for new program approval, new campus location, et cetera. And it requires them to fill out all these forms and give us a path forward to how they would support this if they were granted approval. And so none of these sites have to be set in stone today in order to grant approval and move forward. So if there is a concern, that concern can also be addressed when we open up the 1427. 16 CCR 1427 says the board can only approve clinical sites that meet the objectives of that program. Additionally, down in 1427, it speaks about collaboration and take into consideration before that school submits that approval, they must take into consideration any impact of any already approved programs utilizing that site. So this is not the last time that you have an opportunity to see this, right? So if the board were to approve it, and this school needed to secure a different clinical site because something did not work out throughout the collaborative process. When they bring that facility to our nursing education consultant, that nursing education consultant is going to review that and is going to have a conversation with them to say, is this affecting any of the other schools in that area? The other thing that was just recently rolled out in May is started the Clinical Facility Authorization Data Bank. That was something that was put forward by the California state auditors, that we didn't have like a data bank collecting all this, that it was just done on individual review. We now have a data bank that we have been collecting all of these approvals. It shows what school is set with what facility, where they're at, how many people are on each unit, and we will, and I can't say we're doing that now, but we will be able to pull reports on that as well. So we will be having more and more of this information. What that data bank will also show, because there is a requirement in our law in 1427 as well, is that they have to report to us within 90 days any changes to the number of clinicals that are being used. So if we see that Samuel Merritt comes into this area and starts using these clinical sites based on the information that we have here, because there's not any impact, and say 6 months from now, it shows that we approve Samuel Merritt for a location, and then we have within 90 days another school coming in saying that they were removed from that location. It happens to be the same days that Samuel Merritt took. We will have record of that change, and we will be able to address that within a concrete manner as well. So we do have systems in place now and more information available to us now to make these decisions and then follow up those decisions later on if we do see that there was something that was negatively impacted and we do receive a complaint.
This is Reza. I'll just clarify one little thing based on what I thought I heard. I could have misheard some of the public comment, but one pretty small thing I still think is worth briefly touching on. So if a school currently has students at a clinical facility that are going to be pushed out or that might be pushed out as a result of another school expanding, that's clinical displacement, and that's something we have authority over pretty clearly, and that's an issue today. On the other hand, if a school in a particular region has future plans of maybe expanding, and they're concerned about another school coming into that area today and using currently unused clinical sites, but that, you know, the school in that area might use in the future, it's a little less clear that we can stop the expansion of the school into that area based on another school's kind of prospective, future anticipated growth. So I just wanted to make that distinction, that clinical displacement that's occurring today as a result of an expansion, we definitely have pretty clear authority to intervene. If it's something where the concern is about interference with a future, you know, expansion of the existing school, it's a lot less clear. And I think I might have heard that, but I also did hear some of the comments talking about displacement today. So that's, I just wanted to be clear on that.
So at this point, just to recap, we do have a motion, we have a second. We did go out to public comment. We could take some time here from the board if they wanted to further discuss, or we can do a roll call vote.
I have a question.
Board Member Vicky Granowitz.
It may be just a clarification. So if you're tracking this stuff and say, for example, PEDS, what I'm concerned about is if you find out afterwards that a existing program has their clinical location displaced, then they're already affected and that can already destroy their program. So how do we avoid that by knowing ahead of time? I mean, if you only have one PEDS program, you know what I mean?
So I'll clarify the PEDS conversation around that. So in our law in 1426, it says that you have to have 500 direct patient care hours. Of those 500 direct patient care hours, it has to encompass all 5 content areas: med-surg, OB, peds, psych, mental health, and GERI. There is also a statement in there that says the minimum direct patient care requirement is 30 hours. And so for pediatrics, they only have to do, in order to maintain licensure, 30 hours of direct patient care. So that is 2 12-hour shifts and 1 6-hour shift. And that's in an entire semester or quarter. So they can obtain that 30 hours in a shared clinical space. So if you have a 3-month semester or quarter, and you could rotate them through. And so if you have a clinical group of 10, that never happens, it's usually 5, that go to a clinical site, they can do that for 2 or 3 shifts, 2 or 3 weeks, and then move to the next group, move to the next group, move to the next group. So you can get many groups through from various schools on 7 days a week, multiple time periods throughout the day, including nights. That is also balanced with the need for the RNs who are licensed and working to not have a student constantly, right? Because that impacts them as well. So that has to be taken into consideration there too. But you're not limited to where you get your clinical experience at. Okay, so if you have clinical objectives that are written for pediatrics, that does not state, I will start an IV on 10 patients, because that would be absurd to write a clinical objective that way. But if they say, I have a clinical objective that says I will watch and be able to, analyze the growth and development of, birth to 18 or whatever it is, you can do that in areas that are not necessarily in healthcare specifically. So we have many schools that utilize outside areas for pediatrics. They will use a K through 12 school district where they are not in a hospital setting at all, but they are providing healthcare to pediatric patients. We will also see them use them at pediatric convalescent centers or pediatric long-term care for ones that have other kind of long-term chronic illnesses or on vents or anything. We have people do pediatric palliative, pediatric hospice. I mean, there's multiple ways to get pediatric experience. It doesn't have to come from one location.
Okay, so basically you can almost do a calculation of the possible places that nursing students could meet these requirements in a particular region and figure out through a calculation whether there is room or not. I'm not a math person.
Not necessarily, again, because it's a moving target, right? And so when I have the conversations out with our healthcare facilities, they say, what we are able to provide today in clinicals, we may not be able to provide tomorrow for clinicals. If there is a water leak on the floor above and they have to close a unit down, if there's a remodeling that occurs, if there is
in general,
the state that comes in, it fluctuates.
Right.
We tried desperately to get as much information as we possibly can. We tried desperately to encourage the use of alternative clinical sites as long as you're able to meet your clinical objectives. The other thing is we do not limit it to a specific region, right? So Samuel Merritt has established institution in other areas. Their students, and not just for Samuel Merritt, for any of our colleges, can live and travel in to those locations. And so they could find clinical areas in their location of residence or where they're willing to travel to. In previous board meetings, we've had discussions where other colleges and universities says we're growing and we're using this clinical site. And we see this in LA commonly. LA County, they start to go and look at Ontario, and they start to look at Palm Desert and Palm Springs, but they're in LA, and we asked them in the Education Licensing Committee, how do you expect those students to get there? Some of them provide transportation. Some of them provide hotel accommodations for them to travel into those locations. So all of our schools are working desperately to kind of maintain growth, clinical placement, and work collaboratively with each other. It's still not a clear science. It really is moving every single day, and there's no way to accurately predict. You can only do your best with the information that's presented.
But the bottom line is that because of flexibility, there is probably more availability than what was presented. The way the speaker said, there's just one PEDS placement.
There is one PEDS acute care placement.
One PEDS, but not all the requirements can be met in a variety of
They
ways.
could be depending on whether or not if the school is willing to look at their objectives and look at outside sources to see what can be done. We have some institutions that are very creative, and we have others that say, I want acute care, and that's all I'm going to settle for, because they believe that acute care prepares them better. We have not seen that play out in NCLEX pass rates or nursing preparation to date. Doesn't mean that it won't happen, but we have not seen that. So we don't have data to say that that would not be the same.
Board Member David Lawler.
Two things just quickly, and I'm happy to do a roll call vote and move with this, but I find it interesting that immediately after we had the conversation about the two separate facilities not talking to each other, they literally just didn't talk to each other and instead wrote to us. So that's one example where it looks on paper like you've got one place to go, St. Joseph's, and these two schools need to. The reason the science will never be accurate is because the X factor is the business that we have to acknowledge is a business, and they, of course, don't want the competition to take their spots. However, I believe that being able to say, just based on what's here on paper, is enough to make a decision to move forward with a vote. I know for a fact that any school who this could impact, of course, will want us to reject it and give them all the things, and that's just not possible because there's no monopoly. So as long as we recognize of course they're going to say, no, the other school's going to impact me. I'd say the same thing if I had a business where every client gave me $180,000. Of course I would. But I think if you take that into consideration and just look at what's on paper, like 10 students, you need 30 hours of PEDS in a semester or a year or whatever?
In a semester or a quarter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I need to seek legal direction. I am getting a lot of emails coming up in public comment right now. They're sending them to me. Do you want me to continue to do that? Or how do you want to manage this? I've received one at 223, one at 221, one at 220, one at 214. I can address them.
A couple of things. First of all, maybe we'll come back to this, is taking a look at whether those are more of the form letters. And if they are, we can acknowledge who sent them, but not read the same thing, literally the same thing again and again, but acknowledge that it's been received as many times as it has. Secondly, we did have a public comment period and we closed it. So I don't think we're, necessarily obligated for the rest of the day to read anything that comes in on this. Thirdly, and this might be the thing to kind of start with, I had kind of intended to ask the board this before we move on with the motion. So the motion on the table was to accept the recommendations of the ELC as to all of the schools in item 8.1. The comments that have come in so far were specifically regarding Samuel Merritt. So because this is a consent agenda item and that's how the motion was structured, you can move forwards and vote on the motion, having already done public comment. You can separate out Samuel Merritt and vote on the rest of the schools on this item and deal with Samuel Merritt separately. And optional, if you want to open up another public comment period. I'm not sure whether we'd have anyone from the school in the audience wishing to address this, but I think that the first place to start is, do you want to move forward with the motion or separate out Samuel Merritt and deal with them separately?
Board Member Allison Cormack.
While we're sort of brainstorming, if it is the will of the board to remove Samuel Merritt from the consent agenda, I might suggest that we consider hearing it tomorrow rather than today without, notice, et cetera, for whoever else might, want to weigh in. I'm not recommending either way that we remove it, but if we do, I think, we would be well served to put it on tomorrow's agenda rather than today's.
So I'm going to add some input. I actually recommend not putting it on tomorrow's because when we do meet with our schools, we do see that the agenda is set up, that they are here and available today, and that tomorrow is LEDGE and EIIC. And so that is the way that it is noticed. And so we do have a section that says we can carry over, but that's typically closed session. This is usually done by that point. So I would not recommend doing that.
And I would prefer not to do that. I would prefer to just vote on the motion as it exists. I believe we've had enough input. I believe public comment was closed. And so I would just like to move forward on the motion personally.
I agree. I don't want to pull it out.
Okay, so just for clarification, I did it a couple. I know that you were kind of looking to see if they were standard levels, letters. I did get a San Joaquin Delta Me Too. I got another San Joaquin Delta Me Too. Another San Joaquin Delta Me Too. And one, it was again, I think from San Joaquin Delta as well. This one here just talks about how the form does have integrity issues that was submitted. So that was slightly different than the standard form. So if you wanted me to read that, I could, or you guys can go ahead with your motion.
Let's comment.
Okay. So the motion from the board was that public comment was closed for this last one that came in at 2:23. Thank you.
So Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo,
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
Vice President Neelu Patel,
Tell yes.
Board Member David Lawler,
David Lawler, yes.
Board Member Granowitz,
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Tricia Nguyen,
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member Allison Cormack,
Cormack, yes.
and Board Member Katie Mayer.
And I defer.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McCarthy.
You're welcome. Agenda items 8.2 and 8.3 are for information only, and the information is in the education and licensing packet. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to point out those are the NCLEX reports, which just show that we're continuing to do very well in California based on our NCLEX results. And the other one is our licensing program update. It is pretty status quo. We're just continuing to work with things, and some of the additional items that were granted to us through working with HCI and Horn, we're finalizing that and trying to get that out there. One of the other things that I just wanted to kind of touch bases on is we are collaborating now with the education licensing programs and nursing education consultants with doing nursing faculty approval applications through licensing. And so that is a work in progress. I do appreciate everybody's patience with that, but it does look like we're making headway on that, and it is working out pretty well, and it's only going to continue to get better. So thank you. If you have any questions, let me know.
I'd suggest just probably a formality, a real quick public comments section on 8.2.
Correct.
NCLEX update and 8.3 licensing program update. Those two items.
Thank you, board moderator.
Yes.
We can do a public comment now for agenda items 8.2 and 8.3, both information only items to address NCLEX update and licensing program update. Thank you, board moderator.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature, Slido. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Paloma Serna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I want to make it clear, am I able to speak on both items, 8.2 and 8.3 separately? Or are you combining them? If you're combining them, am I going to get 4 minutes?
So right now, it's a recommended 2 minutes. It's not we will cut you off at 2 minutes. So you are free to make a comment. If you can combine them for efficacy, that'd be great. But if not, we will let you speak.
And again, this is regarding 8.2 NCLEX update and 8.3 licensing program update.
Yes. Okay, I will do my best to put them together because I have them written out separately. But okay, so my name is Paloma Serna, the mother of Elisa Serna. When I see the NCLEX, I can't pronounce it, pass rates on this agenda, I don't think of test scores. I think of the nurses inside jails who are refusing care to people in medical distress. Those nurses all pass the tests, and yet in custody deaths continue. Passing a test does not guarantee ethical practice, compassion, or the courage to challenge custody staff when medical care is needed. This board must treat these test data as the bare minimum, not the finish line. If a program graduate passes the test but entered the field unprepared for the reality of vulnerable population, which is incarcerated people, pregnant women, those in withdrawal, then the test is not protecting the public. I urge this board to look beyond the numbers, ask whether programs are preparing nurses for the real world scenarios where power dynamics and systemic neglect collide, because my daughter didn't die from a lack of like textbook knowledge. She died because nurses failed to act like nurses. And also too, the regarding the licensing updates, licensing is supposed to mean public protection that only competent ethical nurses are allowed to practice. But let me tell you what licensing meant for, my daughter. It meant nothing. The nurses who ignore her were licensed. The nurses who charted refused care while she collapsed was licensed. And yet my daughter, 5 weeks pregnant, is gone. Licensing cannot just be about paperwork. It must be about accountability. When a nurse violates that most basic standard of care, especially in a jail where patient cannot choose another provider, there must be real consequences. Otherwise, a license is a shield for neglect. I urge this board to strengthen its licensing oversight when nurses in custody setting fail to provide care, strip the license. When systemic neglect is documented, act swiftly. Do not wait for lawsuit, for settlement, or for grieving families to do your job for you. Licensing should mean safety. Right now, it's too often means impunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx or Slido. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in the BRN HQ?
None here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so having finished item 8.3, the next item is 9.0, which is the board's closed session, which we'll be moving into next. So for members of the public, anyone observing the meeting remotely, please note we're going to close out the WebEx for today as there's no more open session for today. We're going to recess the open session until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. when the meeting will reconvene in open session and the WebEx will be back on. You should have gotten a Teams link and we'll see you in there.